The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 15th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Stephanie I. Bice to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall the debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let there be peace on earth, and let it begin with me. Like many of you, I grew up singing that song. We sang it at camp, on holidays, and in school, and it has no genre. It's been performed by country, soul, gospel, and Latin rock artists like Carlos Santana, Pat Boone, Johnny Mathis, Gladys Knight, Nat King Cole, and Mahalia Jackson. But here's its history. It was written back in the 1950s for a group of teenagers from different religious, racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds. And they were brought together in California at a workshop designed to create friendship and understanding through education. The teens said singing it helped them to create a climate where we would have world peace and understanding. And I've been thinking about that a lot this past week, especially in the context of education. This is National Arts and Education Week. It's a time to celebrate and recognize the importance of arts education. Maybe you wonder why. There are many reasons, and here's 3. Students do better in school when they have arts education. Arts education inspires creativity, which is important for economic growth and innovation. And importantly, the arts help heal, and students and our nation need healing. First, scores of studies over several years show that students do better in all subjects when they have arts education. Unfortunately, arts education is often seen as an extra or it's cut because it's not included in national test scores, but that's very short-sighted. Arts education has a remarkable and positive effect on students' academic, social, and emotional outcomes, including higher test scores, more compassion for others, and fewer disciplinary problems. It also keeps students interested in school, improves attendance, and increases graduation rates. And arts education benefits every student, even in preschool. A recent study showed that students in an arts-integrated preschool showed 3 times the growth in vocabulary compared with a similar program without the arts. Now that's something to celebrate. Second, arts education will prepare students for the jobs of today and tomorrow. Many people talk about the 4 C's of job skills for the 21st century: collaboration, creativity, communication, critical thinking. I'll add a 5th, confidence. I visited Kwatama Elementary, an arts-integrated STEAM school in my home state of Oregon, where 2 6th grade students explained how they made a stop-motion animation film about cell division. Now that was very impressive, and they were very confident. And with more technology and artificial intelligence, students will need skills to observe, to analyze, to question, and to consider multiple perspectives. It's not just answering questions, it's knowing what questions to ask. And these skills are all enhanced with arts education. There are millions of jobs in the arts and culture sectors across the country. When you listen to music or watch a TV show or a movie or play a video game, those are all created by artists. But collaboration, creativity, communication, critical thinking, and confidence, those help in any career and in life. And finally, the arts heal, and we need that now. The brain research is there. The arts improve health and well-being. A few years ago, I met 2 students at Aloha High School in Oregon. They were in a music class. They were high school students, and I asked them what they liked about the class. They told me they had both lost family members during COVID. So they wrote a song about it, and they said when they sang, it made them feel better. In fact, the former Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, said, "Music is medicine," and research continues to show the healing power of the arts. The VA runs a successful arts therapy program for veterans with PTSD. And world-renowned soprano Renee Fleming recently released Music and Mind, a new book about harnessing the arts for health and wellness. It's full of examples, stories, and research. So for today's children and young adults who will be tomorrow's leaders, I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the bipartisan Arts Education for All bill. For those keeping track, it's H.R. 2485. And fully fund the Every Student Succeeds Act, especially Title I and Title IV-A. It's so students do better in school and become creative, critical thinkers. It's so our economy can thrive because the next generation will know how to collaborate and communicate and come up with new ideas and new ways to solve problems. And it's so young people and people of every generation can learn more about each other's ideas and culture, and we can work on healing. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize a dear friend and former colleague, Patrick McHenry. This week, the United States Capitol Historical Society is recognizing Patrick as a recipient of the Freedom Award. The award serves to recognize and honor individuals and organizations that have advanced greater public understanding and appreciation for freedom as represented by the U.S. Capitol and Congress. Madam Speaker, there is no question in my mind that Patrick McHenry deserves this award and continued praise for his service to the nation and to North Carolina. Congratulations, Patrick, on this recognition for your patriotism, for being a wonderful role model, and for your overall service to the nation. May God continue to bless you, and may he continue to bless your wonderful family. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1958, former Prime Minister of Great Britain, Harold Macmillan, paraphrasing a remark from Winston Churchill 4 years earlier, left us with the great expression, "Jaw, jaw is better than war, war." It's because of our great power that our rivals seek to end the American way of life through direct or gray zone war, attacks by cyber or economic destruction, and we certainly, and we should and routinely jaw with those great powers about our possible shared objectives and deep concerns. However, in the instance of Tsar Putin, he has never been interested in jaw. He's a creature of his KGB upbringing. There was no jaw with the Chechens in 1999. There was no jaw with the Georgians, only tanks in 2008. There was no jaw, only propaganda, corruption, and death in Putin's approach to Ukraine during President Obama's administration. Under President Obama, Putin conducted his overt and covert actions in Ukraine with some 10,000 Ukrainians killed in the fighting, including 2,000 civilians. Yet Obama and his European allies simply looked down at their shoes. In 2014, Putin took Crimea without firing a shot. Putin is a disgrace to the rich cultural history of the Russian people and has thoroughly corrupted a false and bordering on insane historic narrative regarding his threats and ambitions in Ukraine. America, as the instrumental force inside the transatlantic nation, remains ready to stand shoulder to shoulder to back this European resolve. This is something that neither Obama nor Biden would do. They simply took the easy way out by agreeing to whatever the weakest European voice was at the time. This European attitude of, "Here, let me hold your coat," has plagued and frustrated all American presidents from Eisenhower to Trump. Jack Kennedy famously called out their unwillingness to pay for their own defense, stating how wrong it was to let the Europeans live off the fat of the land in American economic and military security. Madam Speaker, here's what needs to happen now. The United States and our European allies must agree that we will not support the immoral importation of Russian oil and gas. Europe has affordable, effective alternatives. The United States and our European allies should work through sanctions and other forms of economic statecraft to communicate firmly and consistently to large non-European buyers of Russian oil and gas The time is to act now. Congress should act immediately by passing Congressman Zach Nunn's Bipartisan Peace Act. This proposal would finally kneecap Russia's energy revenues, which still total some $200 billion per year. This would impose secondary sanctions on the country, including on Gazprom and Rosneft. It passed out of my committee, the Financial Services Committee, by a vote of 53-1. It would be the first intensive sanctioning of the Russian banking industry since the invasion. Under Congressman Nunn's Peace Act, the U.S. would take Russian sovereign assets that have been immobilized and yet let the Ukrainians use them to purchase defensive weapons. Congress should also fully consider, debate, amend, and pass sanction legislation offered by Senator Lindsey Graham, which has 84 co-sponsors, and its companion bill in the House, sponsored by Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. The President should, as a part of the newfound backbone of the G7, fully implement the REPO Act, which I worked on diligently with former Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCall and Senate Foreign Relations Chair Jim Risch. This measure, signed into law in 2024, puts direct and immediate heat on Russian sovereign assets held outside the country. Here again, we need the Europeans to step forward. In 2024, in the spring, the Council of Europe actually fully supported this idea with a 100% vote. Congress should also authorize funding for the U.S. Geological Survey to fully review all Soviet-era geological surveys of Ukraine, both in the contested Donbas region as well as in free Ukraine, and provide Congress and the administration with an up-to-date assessment of the strategic minerals available for Ukraine's further economic development. The time for action is now. Apparently, Putin needs more unified pressure to convince him that, in fact, jaw is better than war. Let's not look back with regret that Congress did not act in the face of Putin's corrupt, catastrophic, and contemptuous regime that laughs in the face of his European neighbors and our American president. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the occasion of her retirement, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary public service of Julie Tagan, who has served over the last 9 years in a succession of critical posts for me as my Chief of Staff, as my Staff Director, when I was the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, as my Staff Director, as the ranking member on the House Judiciary Committee, and always as a cherished friend, a trusted advisor, and an active constituent. A native of Philadelphia, who unfortunately never recovered from her love of Philly sports teams, Julie is a graduate of the University of Maryland. She is a devoted Terp, a lover of the Eastern Shore, and a true blue Marylander. She's had a dazzling career in politics and public service, a Capitol Hill veteran of 20 years. She's been a powerful force for good on the Hill, who has always worked to bring our government closer to the needs and the values of our people. I first met Julie in 2016 when I was running for Congress in Maryland's 8th District. I was fortunate that Terry Learman, who was Chief of Staff to Steny Hoyer, introduced me to Julie from Silver Spring, and off we went. I'll never forget the long hike that Julie and I took through Rock Creek Park as we discussed her storied career in public life, working for former Congressman Alan Grayson, the National Association of Retired Federal Employees, the Democratic National Committee, Howard Dean, the Gay and Lesbian Victory Fund, and the Human Rights Campaign. For this freshman member of the House from Maryland 2017, Julie quickly amassed a top-tier team and got our House office up and running. With my amazing District Chief Kathleen Connor, Julie saw my office through good times and bad, legislative victories and government shutdowns, the COVID-19 pandemic, the January 6th insurrection, and the second impeachment trial, through sickness and through health, and all of the public and private trials and traumas of our days. Julie has great political instincts and amazing historical awareness. She is unflappable, she is understated, and she is always kind. She has a marvelous sense of humor. She's quick to laugh. She always finds the time to to help a friend or a colleague in need, and she's been a mentor to generations of junior staffers. Countless young, eager public servants have sought her out for advice and insight. She's taken many of them under her wing and connected them with different ways to serve on Capitol Hill and our people in the government. Finding someone like Julie is a very special thing on Capitol Hill. She can get almost anybody in Washington on the phone, but she always makes time for all of our constituents in Maryland's beautiful 8th District. I will miss her daily compassion, her wisdom, her excellent advice. I will miss her irrepressible love for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and we went to several concerts together. But I know that Julie has many new adventures ahead of her and many great battles to fight, along with her amazing wife, Dee, and their 2 fantastic kids, Carly and Natasha. On behalf of the people of Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District, on behalf of all the members of Team Raskin, past and present, I want to thank Julie Tagan for her remarkable service to our country, our Congress, our people, and our democracy, and we wish you Godspeed in all of your projects ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the importance of the National Defense Authorization Act that I proudly supported on the House floor just last week. This bill will implement President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda by restoring our military's lethality and accountability. Components of the NDAA will bring an end to the dangerous left-wing ideologies that have been incorporated into our military. For far too long, wokeism has been prioritized in our military. This bill signals the change that once again puts our service members first. Additionally, the NDAA secures the Made in America military equipment to provide our troops with the best tools that are made by hard-working American hands, not by foreign companies. This bill tackles our nation's weak supply chains and diminishing manufacturing by bringing American industries back to the table. This legislation will save billions of taxpayer dollars by reducing inefficient and unnecessary funding for defense programs. The NDAA builds on efforts started in the Working Families Tax Cuts to stimulate our economy and to bring jobs back home. Thank you. Madam Speaker, last week, President Trump took executive actions to address misleading prescription drug advertisements. This action will direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to ensure that full and accurate information on the risks associated with prescription drugs. It works to prohibit pharmaceutical companies from promoting drug usage over lifestyle changes. This will also eliminate the inappropriate intervention between a patient and the patient's doctor. Unregulated prescription drug advertising often misinforms the public about a drug's full risks and about their potential benefits. This initiative by President Trump delivers on a promise to put Americans first by promoting a high degree of transparency. I strongly support President Trump's action to address this issue to ensure that patients can once again rebuild their trust in the American health system. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Fayette Volunteer Fire Company of McAllisterville in Juniata County, Pennsylvania, for their 100 years of service. The selfless spirit of the officers and members has characterized the company since it was founded in the summer of 1925. Whether responding to calls, participating in training, or sponsoring fundraising, these incredible volunteers engage at the highest level of commitment. A faithful observance of duty has been the keystone of the Fayette Fire Company's mission. These initiatives will continue to positively influence current and future members. On behalf of everyone in the 13th Congressional District, I congratulate the Fayette Fire Company of Juniata County on its 100th anniversary and express my personal thanks for their distinguished legacy of community service. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the milestone anniversary of the Williamsburg Public Library in Blair County, Pennsylvania, as they celebrate 75 years of service. The methods that Blair County residents access information have changed since the library system was established in 1950. However, the mission of the library system remains the same: to provide materials and information services for lifelong learning, enrichment, and reading. It has often been stated that libraries aren't about the books, it's about the people. Nowhere is that perspective more clearly evident in form and in function than the Williamsburg Public Library. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate the residents of the borough of Williamsburg on this incredible milestone and express gratitude to the library team for their enduring commitment to promoting the joys of lifelong learning through reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I rise today with our deepest condolences for the family of Charlie Kirk. Violence of any kind, and especially violence that we've seen in this country way too often, should never be condoned. And whether it's the Kirk family or the families of the kids shot in Colorado, it is gut-wrenching and sorrowful that our nation continues to go through this plague of gun violence. Madam Speaker, it's 13 years since Sandy Hook in my home state of Connecticut. It's long overdue for Congress to have a vote. Universal background checks are common sense ways that we can deal with this, and I see no reason why we can't pass this as a Congress, and frankly, I believe that we should ban assault weapons as well. And hopefully, people come to their senses in this body, and minimally, for the families impacted in this and for our futures, that Congress take a vote. That's all that's required of us. And again, our hearts go out to the Kirk family and certainly of the families of the kid students at Evergreen High School in Colorado. Madam Speaker, I'm also here this morning because we have a resolution of inquiry that we've introduced to get the information from the whistleblower who has talked about what's happened to the more than 300 million Americans who depend on Social Security. This impacts all 435 congressional districts. Madam Speaker, you have 161,000 Social Security recipients in your district. I know that you do not stand for having their personal information gone through, looked over, and utilized for anything that was unattended, let alone having been taken from its secure position in Social Security and stored in a cloud that no one from the Social Security Administration has access to, and that makes everyone's information vulnerable. We're calling for DOJ to come before the Ways and Means Committee so that they can tell the American people, number one, why they needed to look at your personal data to begin with. And number two, what are they doing with it and why did they take it from a secure location? No one on DOJ has been vetted by the United States Senate or by Congress. None of them are accountable for what they're doing, and for the president to allow them to have access to every American's personal data is an outrage. And Democrats and Republicans should join together and do our responsibility as a separate branch of government, and the branch of government that has control over Social Security, and make sure that these DOJ individuals are held accountable. We demand answers. I'm proud to be joined by Rich Neal in making sure that on the Ways and Means Committee, the Committee of Cognizance for Social Security, that we have DOJ come before us. If they're doing such a great job, if they're exposing all this so-called fraud and abuse, why aren't they in front of Congress telling us about it? And we demand the fact that they be accountable for what they've stolen and put into a cloud. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of justice and love, you have told us what is good, that we are to love you, O Lord our God, with all our heart, with all our soul, and with all our mind. This first and greatest commandment is written on our hearts. This day and always may we follow your law. But help us to see that to fulfill this law, we are obliged to follow with as much devotion the second law, to love our neighbor as ourselves. These days, when neighbors are often our opponents, when loving them requires us to set aside our anger, when our own wounds bind our hearts from reaching out, help us to realize that to follow your law is to reorient ourselves to what it means to love you. As you have blessed us, sinners that we are, may we bless those who have sinned against us. As we stand in debt to your mercy, may we show mercy to those who have taken something from us. And as we ourselves have violated your law, yet you love us, may we love even those neighbors who have deeply offended us. To your law we dedicate our life, and in your love may we live it. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A consequence of liberal, hateful bias and bigotry in campus academia is deranged radicalization leading to violence as the ends justify the means. In 2009, David Horowitz, in his book One Party Classroom, warned of indoctrination. The solution is mutual respect to disagree, ending liberal discrimination. Sadly, I've endured liberal intolerance with no philosophical diversity of faculty where liberalism is dictated. Yelling fascism foolishly 3,000 times by liberals has resulted in the assassination of Charlie Kirk as he courageously proclaimed God, family, country. He is a martyr for freedom. President Donald Trump and his supporters are the opposite of fascist National Socialists. Conservatives implement limited government, expanded freedom, and peace through strength, devolving power from Washington to the people. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, speaking lovely as Iranian-designed Russian drones invade Poland, also Romania on Saturday, threatening American troops. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S. Code 1928A and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following member on the part of the House to the United States group of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly to fill the existing vacancy thereon.
Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S. Code 276H, Clause 10 of Rule 1, and the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, of the following members on the part of the House to the Mexico-United States Inter-Parliamentary Group.
Mr. Cuellar of Texas. Mr. Correa of California. Mr. Vicente Gonzalez of Texas. Ms. Escobar of Texas. And Mr. Carbajal of California.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
H.R. 5100 to extend SBIR and STTR programs and for further purposes, other purposes.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5100, a bill to extend the SBIR and STTR programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revive and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5100. This bill extends 2 programs critical for American innovation, the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR, and the Small Business Technology Transfer, STTR programs for 1 year. I want to thank my colleagues, Ranking Member Velasquez and Committee on Science, Space, and Technology Chairman Babin, and Ranking Member Lofgren for co-sponsoring this bipartisan legislation. Since the 1980s, the SBIR and the STTR programs have fueled American innovation by providing early-stage funding to small businesses. These investments have led to groundbreaking technologies to grow our economy and strengthen our national defense. SBIR and STTR programs have been regularly reauthorized by Congress to include many reforms to drive small business. However, the programs will expire at the end of this month on September 30th, just 15 days away. As my colleagues and I continue to work towards the goal of a long-term reauthorization, one thing has become clear: time is working against us. We cannot allow these critical programs to expire. So failing to extend these programs would be a disservice to small businesses across the country. Put simply, American innovators cannot operate in uncertainty, and national security cannot afford an innovation gap. As chairman of the Small Business Committee, I'm committed to ensuring these programs remain strong and uninterrupted. H.R. 5100 will allow Congress additional time to work towards a meaningful long-term and bipartisan reauthorization, while also ensuring that small businesses can continue to do what they do best, and that's innovate. Thank you again to my colleagues in the House for joining me to introducing this legislation. Their partnership shows the SBIR and the STTR programs' strong bipartisan support and our shared commitment to keeping America at the forefront of discovery. I urge my colleagues to support this commemorative common sense extension, and I can reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5100, a simple bill to extend the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer programs for an additional year. Over the course of its 40-year history, the SBIR and STTR have been among the federal government's most effective engines for driving innovation. By channeling a small portion of research and development budgets into highly competitive awards, the government is able to utilize our nimble and innovative small businesses to drive forward technological innovation and meet critical agency needs. These programs have been endlessly scrutinized since their founding, but economic analysis has shown an overwhelmingly successful program with an outside return on investment for taxpayers. Unfortunately, the SBIR and STTR programs are set to expire on September 30th. If these programs are allowed to expire, agency will lose the ability to issue new awards, cutting off a vital source of early-stage funding for small businesses. It would also delay commercialization of promising technologies and weaken the United States' competitiveness with foreign adversaries. Despite this fast-approaching deadline, negotiations for a comprehensive reauthorization are ongoing. And while I attempted to start the process early by introducing a bill last December, formal negotiation didn't start until last month. There are many areas of overlapping priorities between the majority and minority on this bill. We share a desire to lower the barrier to entry for new entrants and bridging the valley of death for the most promising ideas. However, there are some outstanding issues we're working through that will take additional time. That is why I'm grateful to our chairman, Mr. Williams, as well as Chairman Babin and Ranking Member Loughran for their support for a one-year extension. This program has always been bipartisan, and it is imperative that we continue to work together to bridge our differences in a thoughtful manner. A one-year extension is the most responsible course forward, one that 5 out of 6 corners agree on. It gives agency and small businesses the certainty they need while giving us adequate time to make the best decisions we can. While we have heard arguments that this could be added to the NDAA, the timeline simply does not make sense. The programs will expire long before final passage of the NDAA, and doing so will result in a lapse of the program, something that has never happened before. A one-year extension does not mean that the work ends. We will continue to be at the table, ready to negotiate, and ultimately pass a bipartisan, bicameral, comprehensive reauthorization. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield time to my good friend from the great state of Texas and the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Chairman Babin, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I want to thank my good friend from Texas as well, Chairman Williams. The Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR, and Small Business Technology Transfer, STTR, programs are the federal government's largest source of funding for small businesses focused on early-stage technology development and commercialization. They offer small business an opportunity to participate in federal research and development, facilitating the transition of federally funded R&D into innovative products and services. And for this reason, these programs are often referred to as America's Seed Fund, as they invest in research and emerging technology ideas that may be too risky for private sector funding. These SBIR and STTR programs are funded from set-asides of the extramural research budgets at federal agencies, providing billions of dollars in awards every year. This substantial investment by taxpayers necessitates diligent oversight by Congress to ensure that these programs are operating efficiently and are protected from theft and abuse by our adversaries, such as the Chinese Communist Party. The reauthorization Congress passed in 2022 for these programs addressed some vulnerabilities, but more work needs to be done. Both the Small Business Committee and the Science, Space, and Technology Committees are dedicated to addressing these issues and ensuring that taxpayer funds support American small businesses rather than being funneled to foreign adversaries. And while we continue our work, it is critical that we do not allow this vital program to expire. Therefore, we have introduced this one-year extension of SBIR and STTR programs and encourage you all to vote yes on this bill. I look very much forward to working with Chairman Williams, Ranking Member Velasquez, Chairwoman Ernst, Ranking Member Markey, Ranking Member Loughran to get a full reauthorization completed and through Congress as soon as possible. I want to say thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by reminding everyone that this is a bipartisan program that has never seen a lapse in its over 40 years history. The House is taking the responsible step of extending this program for a year to give us time to negotiate a longer-term reauthorization. I appreciate the partnership of Chairman Williams and of my colleagues on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, Chairman Babin, and Ranking Member Lofgren, for keeping this vital source of capital for our nation's most promising innovators alive. And I look forward to continuing discussion in the coming weeks and months to reach a bipartisan agreement. Allowing this program to lapse is simply not an option. I encourage all my colleagues to support this common sense measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Velasquez. And I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation to continue uplifting small business innovation across America. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5100? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 452.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 452, an act to award 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team in recognition of their extraordinary achievement at the 1980 Winter Olympics where, being comprised of amateur collegiate players, they defeated the dominant Soviet hockey team in a historic Miracle on Ice, revitalizing American morale at the height of the Cold War, inspiring generations, and transforming the sport of hockey in the United States. Senate Amendment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 452, a bill that awards 3 congressional gold medals to the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team. I would like to start by thanking Congressman Stauber and the numerous original sponsors for getting this important bill to the floor today. Great moments are born from great opportunity. Those were the words Coach Herb Brooks rallied the young underdog U.S. hockey team during a dark chapter of the Cold War, a time when Americans faced nuclear threats, economic uncertainty, and a crisis of confidence. The Soviet Union's hockey team had dominated for decades, beating the U.S. in their last 12 matchups, including a crushing 10-3 exhibition win just 3 weeks earlier. No one expected the Americans to win. However, on February 22, 1980, in Lake Placid, Team USA shocked the world, defeating the Soviets in a stunning upset. It wasn't just a hockey game, it was a symbolic victory for democracy, resilience, and national pride. Just days later, they claimed Olympic gold for the United States. These 20 young men reminded a shaken nation that its greatest moments weren't in the past, they were still within reach. Mr. Speaker, the players of the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team are deserving of this congressional gold medal as the highest recognition of national appreciation for their determination, their courage, and patriotism. My hope is that this team achieved on that ice in 1980 will continue to inspire Americans today and for generations yet to come. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill. I even remember where I was on that very moment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of concurring in the Senate amendment and passing H.R. 452, the Miracle on Ice Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by our friend Pete Stauber. This bill was considered on the floor of this House, and I was pleased to manage it on the Democratic side back on April 28th. We sent an excellent bill over to the Senate, and for the first time ever, the Senate actually improved a House bill. And so now it is appropriate for us to concur in their amendments and pass the bill and send it to the President. Today, we vote to honor the legacy of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team and their victory that inspired a country at the height of the Cold War. This legislation awards 3 congressional gold medals, Each of these gold medals will be displayed at different locations for community members and visitors to commemorate for generations to come. These locations are the Olympic Center in Lake Placid, New York, the Hockey Hall of Fame Museum in Elvrith, Minnesota, and the Olympic and Paralympic Museum in Colorado Springs. The victory we are recognizing today took place on February 13, 1980, when the U.S. hockey team heroically defeated the Soviet Union 4-3 at Lake Placid at the Winter Olympics there. The talented yet untested U.S. team was initially deemed the underdog. Many of them were young college players and had only played together for a few months. Leading up to the game, the U.S. players took part in a 7-month training program designed to confront a Soviet team considered to be the best-conditioned hockey team in the world. However, through steadfast determination and grit, the U.S. team won. Even decades later, when our country is facing political division and economic difficulties, I hope these events can serve as a reminder that we can overcome great challenges. I applaud the sponsor of this bill and urge my colleagues to support the passage of this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from the great state of Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Normally when you come up and talk about a bill, you raise the podium here, put your papers down. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the 80 Olympic team, I don't need any notes. I don't need any recollection. 11 seconds. You got 10 seconds. The countdown going on right now. Morrow up to Silk. 5 seconds left in the game. Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Friday, February 22nd, 1980, the game started at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, where I was a bantam hockey player playing in the Pine Valley Ice Shelter. We had one of our parents come out of the locker room. We beat the Russians because it was on tape delayed. I am so proud of this body to pass this. And as my colleague, Mr. Sherman, said, it's also coming from the Senate, right? Came from the Senate. The fact of the matter is, as Chairman Williams says, it was more than a hockey game. It was the height of the Cold War. The United States needed that lift. And those American heroes gave us that lift. Those 12 Minnesotans gave us that lift. Coach Herb Brooks from the University of Minnesota gave us that lift. All of those players standing on that gold medal platform on Sunday, February 24th, all of them on that small platform, gave America the lift. A couple weeks ago, I had dinner with some of the members of the gold medal team. Captain Mike Eruzione said this to me. He said, Pete, that hockey game gave me life. He said, had we not won, I was going to be either a firefighter, a police officer, or going to the military. He says, but that game changed my life. I made a lot of money. He said, this congressional gold medal will be the cherry on top for our team. For our team. I want to thank my colleagues for their unwavering support to get this across the finish line. 40 plus years since they did that. 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks before these games, the Soviets dominated them at Madison Square Garden. Coach Herb Brooks, we call him Herbies. Blue line back, red line back, far blue line back, far goal line back, Herbies. Who do you play for? Who do you play for? Team USA. That name on the front of the jersey meant more than the name on the back. USA. And dare I say, Mr. Chair, we in Congress have to do that same thing. Who do we play for? Who do we play for? The United States of America. I want to thank my friend and colleague from upstate New York, Representative Leif Stefanik, because she originally was going to carry this bill, Mr. Chair, but she let me carry it. After a conversation with her, I said, Elise, Minnesota is the state of hockey. Herb Brooks comes from the state of hockey. There was 12 Minnesotans. Hometown hero Duluth, Phil Verkota, Mark Pavelich, John Harrington, Buzz Schneider, Bill Baker, and the list goes on from our great state of Minnesota. And Elise Stefanik said, Pete, you made a great statement. Carry that bill. Representative Stefanik, you have no idea what this means to me, to be able to deliver this bill with my colleagues across the House floor. That game meant more to this country than those heroes realized. Yes, it was just a hockey game, but it was a hockey game that we needed to win at that moment, at that time for this great nation. You remember Mike Eruzione scored 10 minutes left, and the Soviets were just pressuring us. What did Coach Herb Brooks say up and down the ice? Play your game. Play your game. They were the best conditioned. They were a team. Nobody was going to win that game other than the United States of America. Mr. Chair, hockey is a great game. I know that my good friend and colleague, Chairman Williams, thinks, probably rightfully so, that baseball is America's pastime. You come from Minnesota, hockey is American pastime, and we banter back and forth. Actually, I think he's right, but give me some grace, would you? So anyhow, to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, to Kevin Kramer, Chuck Schumer, who delivered this across the aisle in the Senate, I do believe that we in America, especially with the events that have happened recently, that name on the jersey, on the front of our jersey, means more than the name on the back. And on the front of our jersey, it says USA. Those college kids on that Friday had no idea the impact they were going to have across this great nation. Those men went on to do great things. Some went on to win Stanley Cups championship. Kenny Morrow. My hero, Neil Broughton from Roseville, Minnesota, and my other hero, Mark Pavelich from Eveleth, Minnesota, and my other hero, Phil Verkota from my hometown of Duluth. Integrity, honesty, hard work, dedication, the will to win. Mr. Speaker, the name on our front of our jersey, USA, means more than the name on the back. Mr. Chair, I am thrilled to be able to vote on this piece of legislation. These Olympic heroes deserve this because it's going to put as Captain Eruzione said, it's going to put a cherry on top of their accomplishment. The highest honor we can give. And as was alluded earlier, the Olympic Center in Lake Placid is going to have a gold medal. The Training Center in Colorado Springs. And yes, the United States Hockey Hall of Fame in Eveleth, Minnesota will have a congressional gold medal. And I am excited about this opportunity. Hockey's a great game. This changed the history of our country. We can never forget what it meant to us. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close if the gentleman from Ohio has no further speakers, which I assume to be the case.
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have never heard a speech on the floor of this House spoken with such enthusiasm. But I do have to disagree. As a Dodger fan, America's pastime remains baseball, and we'll see that at 10:10 Eastern Time when the Dodgers defeat the Phillies tonight. This legislation honors the members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's hockey team, whose hard-fought work and commitment reignited a country at the height of the Cold War. I hope in recognizing this victory, their legacy will continue to inspire us. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate the importance of the 1980 U.S. Olympic men's ice hockey team uniting during such a challenge and turbulent period in American history. Their unforgettable victory has solidified the nation's legacy of excellence, both on the ice and on the global stage. We owe these men a debt of gratitude for transforming and shaping the landscape of American hockey over the past 4 decades. Thank you again to Congressman Stauber for his leadership and his speech. It was very good. And to all my colleagues in advance for supporting this measure, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 452? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3427 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 231, H.R. 3427, a bill to require the Comptroller General of the United States to review all clean water-related technical assistance authorities of the Environmental Protection Agency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3427.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
My bill, H.R. 3427, the Water Resources Technical Assistance Review Act, would instruct the Government Accountability Office, or GAO, to conduct a study reviewing the EPA's technical assistance programs. Access to clean and safe water should not be determined by where you live. During my time in Congress, I have heard from elected officials across Southern Ohio about the difficulties they face navigating the federal grant process due to budgetary constraints, insufficient time, and lack of technical expertise. This bill would change that by helping Appalachian regions get connected to resources they need to join the modern economy. The EPA established technical assistance programs to connect rural communities like those in my district and across the United States with experts to help them navigate the federal funding process to obtain water infrastructure. Unfortunately, some of these technical assistance programs have failed to provide adequate assistance, hindering communities from obtaining critical water infrastructure funding. My bill would direct the GAO to conduct a comprehensive study reviewing how the EPA identifies, selects, and partners with technical assistance providers and providing recommendations on how the EPA can improve these technical assistance programs. Once concluded, the EPA must submit a plan to Congress on how it intends to reform its technical assistance programs, helping connect communities with necessary resources to build and repair critical water infrastructure. I'm proud to lead legislation that helps alleviate the struggles that rural communities have faced in obtaining the infrastructure needed to survive. When water infrastructure ages well past its intended lifespan, Congress should support and advocate for programs that help rural communities, not leave them behind. I want to thank my friend and colleague, Representative Figures, for joining me in this effort, and urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation to help communities across the United States receive the assistance they need to obtain water infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 3427 as amended, a bill which I am co-leading with my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, and I want to thank you, Congressman Taylor, for your leadership on this issue and recognizing the importance of this issue. This bill directs the GAO to review the technical assistance programs created to help underserved, rural, and tribal communities obtain critical investment for their water infrastructure needs. In March, the Subcommittee on Water Resources and the Environment heard testimony from witnesses across the country on how these programs are critical to economically disadvantaged communities and rural communities. Without the seed money and direction provided by EPA, many underserved, rural, and tribal communities simply do not have the staff, the resources, or the capacity to even apply for federal assistance when it is available. Unfortunately, in its fiscal year 26 budget request, the administration proposes to virtually eliminate funding for clean water-related infrastructure projects, but it also proposes cuts of over 60% to the technical assistance for treatment works grant program. These cuts, they ignore the water infrastructure needs of our most vulnerable communities, and a large part of the communities that I have the privilege of serving in Alabama. The rural communities, tribal and economically distressed communities in every state, they need this sort of assistance. The message from the administration to these communities is, we will no longer help you meet the critical infrastructure needs. You're on your own. Well, I don't think that. I don't think that should be the case. Mr. Speaker, many of the communities that I have the privilege to represent historically have been passed over for critical infrastructure investments, and they need these investments. Communities like Pritchard, Alabama, and Greenville, Alabama, that struggle with clean water issues, infrastructure issues, as we sit here today. And the technical assistance provided by the EPA to be able to affordably meet their basic clean water and drinking water needs is something that they must have. This GAO study will help identify how EPA implements the technical assistance programs established in the Clean Water Act, as well as any essential services for economically distressed, rural, and tribal communities that continue to go unmet through these programs. My hope is that these findings will again demonstrate how critical clean water infrastructure and technical assistance investments are to struggling American communities, especially to our rural communities. I support this legislation and I urge all members to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I am prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
3427 as amended, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
H.R. 3427, the Water Resources Technical Assistance Review Act, is a good government bill that would help ensure that the EPA technical assistance programs effectively connect rural communities with experts to help them access water infrastructure funding. It's a step toward equal opportunity for areas that have long been denied it. Mr. Speaker, I urge support by all my colleagues of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3427, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3426 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3426, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to limit the construction of new courthouses under certain circumstances and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Taylor, and the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figurs, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 3426 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 3426, the CASE Act, limits the size of courthouses by directing the General Services Administration, or GSA, to only build new courthouses that accommodate courtroom sharing. Specifically, the CASE Act codifies the judiciary's current courtroom sharing policies for magistrate, senior, and bankruptcy judges. For large courthouses, the legislation also directs that there can only be 2 courtrooms for every 3 district court judges. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, on a bipartisan basis, has conducted oversight of the federal courthouse construction program across multiple administrations. Historically, courthouses have been significantly overbuilt, costing the American taxpayers billions of dollars to build, operate, and maintain. In 2010, the Government Accountability Office found that courthouses built from 2000 to 2010 were overbuilt by 3.56 million square feet, costing more than $800 million in addition to $51 million annually to operate and maintain. Despite oversight and even at one point a moratorium on authorizing new courthouses, the courts issued an updated courthouse design guide in 2021 that did just the opposite of consolidating the judiciary's space. A GAO review of the updated design guide revealed the changes in the design actually increase space in courthouses by 6% and will cost the taxpayer 12% more. The GAO found one of the key driving forces in the overbuilding of courthouses to be the overprojection of future judges. Proposals for new courthouses are driven not by building conditions, security, or even the need for more space for current judges, but by the court's projection of future judges. The court's own methodology for prioritizing the need for a new courthouse, for example, relegated security concerns to just 10% of a weighted formula, but in contrast, courtrooms and chambers account for 50%. And in reality, the court's projections have been shown to be wrong. As a result, the taxpayer pays for space that sits vacant. The CASE Act directs GSA, which builds and owns federal courthouses, to only design and build courthouses that strictly comply with courtroom sharing requirements. The committee has reported out similar language in the past in a hearing before the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management earlier this year on courthouses reinforced the need for this legislation. H.R. 3426, as amended, also incorporates reasonable revisions recommended by the courts. I want to thank the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Shreve, for his leadership on this legislation, and the gentlewoman, Ms. Norton, for working on this bipartisan bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you. I support H.R. 3426, the Courthouse Affordability and Space Efficiency Act of 2025, or the CASE Act. I want to thank my colleague from, I almost want to say Louisiana, because of his familial ties to the naming of Shreveport. But my across-the-hall neighbor in Canton, Congressman Shreve, I want to thank you for your, the gentleman from Indiana, I want to thank you for your leadership and support on this issue. This bill develops space-sharing guidelines to prevent the overbuilding of new federal courthouses. As a former Department of Justice staffer and a former federal law clerk myself, I've had the privilege to see many beautiful courthouses and courtrooms across this country, and so I have seen how empty and unutilized many of those spaces are. By implementing these standards into the design guide for federal courthouses, GSA will be able to reduce construction costs and ensure that existing spaces in courthouse complexes are fully being utilized. Over the last 45 years, GAO has compiled a large body of work on federal courthouse construction, much of it at the request of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. GAO has found that the judiciary has requested and received courthouses that are larger than the size authorized by Congress, more expensive to build, and more expensive to operate than Congress was aware of. The judiciary has tried, however, to meet the concerns of Congress over the last several years. Recently, the Judicial Conference revised its courtroom allocation planning assumptions. New courtroom construction projects are to be designed to facilitate courtroom sharing for senior district judges, magistrate judges, and bankruptcy judges. But there is still some cause for concern in this legislation. By establishing sharing guidelines for active district court judges will certainly help. I support this legislation because this is about making the American taxpayer dollar go further, making more sensible investments. I urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to Representative Shreve from Indiana.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sounds like my case and salesmanship is going to be modest with the support that this act enjoys from colleagues on both sides of the aisle. But I am someone who has built a business from the ground up, including several million square feet of space. And it is a reality that to construct space is one thing, the carry cost of maintaining it is quite another. And there is general recognition increasingly within this Congress that we have more space than our federal government needs. And that's certainly the case at the courthouse level in our federal courthouses and the supporting office space. My legislation, the CASE Act, directs our GSA to construct the courthouse space that is necessary and no more. I worked with the U.S. courts on this bill. The resulting legislation is straightforward. It is clearly bipartisan, and it's commonsensical. The CASE Act codifies the court's sharing policies for our magistrate seniors and bankruptcy judges. For the larger courthouses, it limits the number of courtrooms to 2 for every 3 judges. The bill codifies this administration's approach to right-sizing our federal government, and that's something that we share in common both sides of the aisle toward being good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. The GSA, as was noted, is still forced to build to standards that account for potential judges, that despite Congress not having authorized any additional judgeships over the past 30 years. This act is a move toward making taxpayer dollars go further. I want to thank my colleague, Ms. Norton, for joining me on this legislation and for her good work on this issue. I urge passage, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 3426, the CASE Act, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Alabama yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 3426, as amended, will right-size federal courthouses, reducing unneeded space and potentially saving the taxpayer billions of dollars. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure passed reforms to begin the process of right-sizing the federal government's real estate portfolio last Congress. This legislation continues that work of ensuring a more efficient use of taxpayer resources. With that, I urge support of H.R. 3426 as amended, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3426 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1107, the Protecting Veterans Access to Telemedicine Service Act of 2025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1107, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize certain healthcare professionals employed by the Department of Veterans Affairs to deliver, distribute, or dispense to veterans certain controlled medications via telemedicine under certain conditions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1107 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1107 offered by Representative Womack. This bill would allow telemedicine prescriptions for controlled substances at VA even before an in-person medical exam. During the COVID pandemic, VA waived requirements for an in-person appointment. As a result, providers could prescribe controlled substances by telemedicine. This waiver was helpful for continuing of care during the pandemic, but we also realized that many veterans received more access than before due to this waiver. And I cannot tell you how many times veterans in rural areas have told me stories about hours they have to drive to receive care or a prescription from the VA. Representative Womack's bill would close the loop and modernize the delivery of prescriptions by making the current waiver permanent. While the telemedicine will never totally replace in-person care, VA must be granted the tools to deliver 21st century health care. This bill would remove burdens on veterans who need VA care and can get it sooner by telemedicine. I will continue to do whatever I can to ease access to care and critical treatment for veterans living in rural areas of this country. This bill would give VA power to meet the moment and the use of the latest medicine and technology for veterans. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1107 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that we are considering H.R. 1107, the Protecting Veteran Access to Telemedicine Services Act of 2025, as amended. It will enable VA providers to prescribe controlled substances to veterans through telemedicine without first conducting an in-person exam. This bill will make permanent a flexibility that has been extended to VA and non-VA prescribers alike since the COVID-19 pandemic. The current waiver, which has been extended by the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Department of Health and Human Services, is set to expire in December 2025. This legislation will make permanent VA prescribers' authority to prescribe controlled substances via telehealth if and when DEA and HHS end the temporary authority. Telemedicine has helped VA to greatly increase veterans' access to a variety of types of care, providing a critical lifeline for veterans, especially those who may have difficulty leaving the house or who live in extremely rural areas. We can clearly recognize that after the pandemic, we must be open to changing the way we provide care to everyone, especially veterans, to reflect technological advancements, individual preferences, and necessity of expanding access to care. In fact, telehealth is the industry standard for many providers and categories of care, including many in VA's community care network. Veterans should expect nothing less when they receive care from VA. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1107, which is the Protecting Veteran Access to Telemedicine Services Act of 2025 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Arkansas, and my good friend, Mr. Steve Womack.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker and I thank the Chairman for the time this morning, and I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 1107, the Protecting Veteran Access to Telemedicine Service Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is pretty simple. I would argue it's very common sense. But most importantly, it's vital. It ensures that our veterans
whether they live in the heart of our largest cities or in the most rural, remote communities, have uninterrupted access to the health care that they have earned. I want to thank my good friend Chairman Bost and Ranking Member Takano for their support in advancing this bill as one part of the effort to support our veterans. I also want to thank my friend Mark Berry, a former Adjutant General for the great state of Arkansas and a former state representative, for his advocacy on behalf of our veterans on this issue. Mark brought this to my attention, and I wouldn't be standing here today without his encouragement. In 2008, Congress passed the Ryan Haidt Online Pharmacy Consumer Protection Act to address the rise of rogue online pill mills and the potential for abuse in prescribing controlled substances. At the time, it was the right step to safeguard public health, but the world of 2008 is not the world of today, and the law has not kept pace with the realities of modern medicine or the unique needs of our veterans. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the in-person requirement for prescribing controlled substances under the Ryan Haidt Act was temporarily waived. This flexibility allowed VA doctors and specialists to reach veterans where they are through secure, effective telemedicine. The Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services have continued to extend this waiver, but without further action, it will expire at the end of this year. My bill would permanently extend the exemption for VA healthcare professionals with the appropriate safeguards so they can continue to prescribe medically necessary treatments to veterans via telemedicine. For veterans in our urban communities, letting this waiver expire means longer wait times, fewer appointment slots, and even more strain on an already overburdened VA system. And for veterans in rural America, the consequences are even more serious. Many of these men and women live hours away from the nearest VA provider. For them, the exemption has meant timely care without the cost and hardship of traveling hundreds of miles for a single appointment. Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter of convenience, not just a matter of convenience, it's a matter of necessity. It's about ensuring that every veteran, regardless of where they live, has equal access to the care they've earned through their service and sacrifice to this nation. Our veterans have given this nation their best. It's our duty to give them our best in return. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation and act swiftly to make sure our veterans never see their care delayed, denied, or diminished because of outdated laws. Again, I thank the chairman and his ranking member, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1107, Protecting Veteran Access to Telemedicine Services Act of 2025 as amended. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
He yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1107 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2334, the Service Member Resident Protection Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2334, a bill to amend the Service Members Civil Relief Act to preempt any squatters' rights established by state law regarding real property owned by a member of the Uniformed Services.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2334 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2334 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Chairman Brian Mast from Florida. This bill would protect service members' homes from squatters while they are away on active duty. Under current law, service members are not clearly protected under various state adverse possession laws. Due to this lack of protection, a squatter might be able to move in and make a claim to that service member's home when that service member is deployed. This is outrageous. We must ensure that service members can return to their homes following a deployment without the worry that someone might be occupying their home and then they'd be forced to get into a costly legal battle to get their home back. Speaker, it should go without saying that this should not be happening, and I will do what I can to protect our service members. This important bill would also require VA and Department of Justice to work together to provide updated information to service members about their rights. I want to thank Chairman Mast for bringing this issue to the committee's attention and championing this legislation. We must ensure service members' homes are not occupied by squatters while a service member is away serving our great country. And I look forward to continuing to work with the ranking member to follow this fall on a bipartisan piece of legislation like this one that puts veteran service members' needs first. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2334 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 2334, the Service Member Residence Protection Act as amended. However, I still have many concerns that the bill, while well-intentioned, does not live up to the promises made by some supporters. I appreciate the work of the majority to improve this bill during our markup. All of us want to ensure that service members do not return home from serving their country to find trespassers or squatters living in their homes. We also want to ensure that service members who are confronted with this situation have the tools and the resources to seek legal relief. However, I want to be clear that neither the original bill nor the amended text we are considering today will eliminate the possibility that a service member will need to seek judicial or other legal relief to evict a trespasser. The ability of Congress to legislate a solution to that particular issue is legally difficult. The text of H.R. 2334, based on my amendment in committee, was drafted so as to avoid creating confusion where courts have already ruled in Service Members Civil Relief Act cases involving adverse possession by codifying existing legal interpretations of SCRA tolling provisions. Now, what that means is that in many state courts across the country, they've already found that the SCRA applied to adverse possession, and in that period of time, while a service member was away from their property, did not count toward adverse possession. The amended bill simply makes this existing legal interpretation law. Because acquiring title to property through adverse possession is a long and involved process, in practice, this legislation would likely apply to service members in rare circumstances, such as when an adverse possessor was able to satisfy all of the elements of adverse possession, including possession for the lengthy statutory period, which is likely longer than most service members are stationed away from home. Now, the other type of trespassing case a service member may encounter is a holdover tenant, such as may happen if a service member rents out their property while they are away from home. Now, many of the stories presented to the committee to support this bill were of that type of trespass. A service member invited someone to stay at their property while they were gone, and then the tenant did not want to leave. It is important to follow good practices when becoming a landlord, such as using a written legal lease agreement, and this legislation does provide instruction for the Department of Veterans Affairs to work with the Department of Justice to provide resources on landlord-tenant practices and securing vacant property. However, nothing in this bill removes the requirement that someone seeking an eviction will need to follow a legal process to do so, which may include seeking assistance from law enforcement or going to local courts. Evicting someone from property requires due process. In addition, the SCRA is not self-enforcing. A service member must seek to enforce all of its protections through a legal process. Ultimately, service members will need to seek legal assistance to deal with trespassing cases. And we owe it to service members to provide them with the information and resources to navigate that process. This legislation, unfortunately, does not bolster access to legal assistance, but I hope the sponsors of this legislation will join us on those efforts in the future. I will be supporting this legislation today, as it does make some improvements for those service members who find themselves in the rare occurrence of adverse possession, and I hope we can do more in the future. But I don't want to give the service member and service members the false impression that this bill will immediately solve the trespassing issues presented to the committee. I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate as well to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the sponsor of this bill, Chairman Math.
Thank you, Chairman Bost. I want to thank you for your work on this piece of legislation, Ranking Member Takano for working with the majority on this piece of legislation, the Service Members Residence Protection Act. Why this bill? Why do this? It's designed to help those service members that are affected by somebody squatting in their home, trespassing, illegally staying in their home, help them get those individuals out in a less costly way, in a less intrusive way to their life. Why does all of that matter? Why do any of this? These are service members. I have yet to meet the service member that got rich spending their time in uniform. The work that they do is always dangerous. It's very often deadly, and it requires them to be away from home for large amounts of time. Whether that being away from home is somewhere around the world, doing something dangerous or deadly, or whether that work is around the country in training for something that is dangerous and deadly, or whether it's incurring a permanent change of station to somewhere across the country or the globe where maybe they have a home that they have to leave and they have to put it up for sale, or they have to rent it out while they're gone. There's a great number of circumstances that affect our service members with their homes when they are not around to be the immediate tenants of their homes. And in that, this piece of legislation comes in to help protect them, to make sure that they can get squatters out of their home when these squatters illegally go into their homes, overstay the time in those homes, whatever it might be. We appreciate the work again from the committee on this. It's a big deal to help our service members in any way, shape, or form that we can, and to get people legally out of their homes. It just takes an undue stress off of our service members so that they can focus on the missions at hand, which again, they're dangerous missions. They're often deadly missions. They deserve the right to focus on those missions without anything else. And that, I thank the chairman for the time to speak on this and for working with me as well.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 2334, the Service Member Residence Protection Act, as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2334 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1860, the Women's Veterans Cancer Care Coordination Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 178, H.R. 1860. A bill to designate regional breast and gynecologic cancer care coordinators to expand the work of the Breast and Gynecologic Oncology System of Excellence at the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1860 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1860 as amended, offered by Representative Sylvia Garcia of Texas. This bill would create coordinators within each of the veterans' integrated service networks to help veterans navigate cancer centers. Specifically, this bill is aimed to improve care coordination for common cancers in women. No person wants to hear that they have or that their loved one has cancer. Having the resources to navigate such a difficult time can make all the difference in the treatment journey. VA must give women veterans who have to navigate cancer treatments the highest quality care that we can offer them. Whether it is screening, diagnosis, treatment, or recovery, our women veterans have earned top-notch support from VA every step of the way. More women veterans than ever before are using VA. My friend, Dr. Miller Meeks, recently hosted a hearing to discuss improving care for women veterans. This bill builds on our work to ensure this population of veterans has access to the modern care that they have earned. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 1860 as amended, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1860, the Women Veterans Cancer Care Coordination Act, as amended, introduced by my colleague from Texas, Representative Sylvia Garcia. Through VA's Breast and Gynecological Oncology System of Excellence, VA oncology, surgical, and nursing specialists are already providing world-class care for these types of cancers directly through VA. The System of Excellence also helps connect veterans with care in the community when necessary. A cancer diagnosis is always a difficult and complicated journey, and unfortunately all too common for veterans in particular. VA's Breast and Gynecologic Oncology System of Excellence is well positioned to handle the clinical aspects of coordinating veterans' cancer treatment, both at VA and at specialists in the community. However, regardless of where individuals are receiving care, cancer treatment is often very complex and requires veterans to regularly see many different providers for various treatments, as well as different specialized labs and imaging centers. Veterans may need assistance covering the expenses associated with traveling to receive care at another VA facility or in the community, obtaining medical records from community providers, ensuring that community providers' claims are paid on time, and accessing mental health services to help cope with the emotional aspects of their diagnoses. This can be very difficult for patients to navigate, and our veterans deserve the highest levels of support throughout this time. Representative Garcia's bill will strengthen the system of excellence by requiring VA to appoint regional breast and gynecologic cancer care coordinators to assist veterans in navigating all of these aspects of their treatment. These trained professionals help ensure that patients can access resources available to them, and their providers are always updated on the patient's latest health updates. Veterans deserve compassionate, well-coordinated care when dealing with their cancer journey, and I am glad to support this legislation to do just that. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1860, the Women Veterans Cancer Care Coordination Act of 2025 as amended. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and author of H.R. 1860. She serves on the House Financial Services Committee, the gentlewoman from Texas, Representative Garcia.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from California for yielding, along with subcommittee ranking member and the co-lead of this bill, Ms. Brownlee, and Chairman Bost. Today I rise in support of my bill, the Women Veterans Care Coordinator Act of 2025. Mr. Speaker, women veterans are the fastest growing group using VA healthcare services today, and I'm proud to say more of them call Texas home than any other state in the nation. As this population ages, keep in mind the average woman veteran is 54. They become more likely to develop cancers. The average age of women veterans diagnosed with breast cancer is 58, and the average age for reproductive cancers is 55. For many of these veterans, the road ahead is not as clear as it should be. Many VA centers are still building out their services, so often women are connected with community care. But when they move outside the VA network, problems start to pile up. Records don't transfer. Systems don't update with the latest data. That means more phone calls, more waiting, more back and forth, more frustrations. Women veterans and their families could be using this energy and time in their treatment and their journey to recovery. A cancer diagnosis shakes your sense of stability. These women need a care system that works for them, not one that makes them fight to get the care that they need. By connecting them with dedicated coordinators at VA to guide them on their path to remission, we can help these mothers, sisters, and heroes stay in the fight. We made a commitment to these women veterans. Now we must do everything in our power to keep that promise and to save their lives. This is a common sense bill. It passed out of committee on voice vote, and I trust the same will happen here. I urge my colleagues to support its passage. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman from California.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time. I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 1860, the Women Veterans Cancer Care Coordination Act of 2025 as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1860, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3400, the Travel Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 219, H.R. 3400, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to assign physicians of the Department of Veterans Affairs to temporarily serve as traveling physicians in the territories and possessions of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3400 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3400 as amended, offered by my colleague and Veterans Affairs Committee Representative King Hines. This bill would give the VA Secretary the power to assign travel physicians for up to 1 year at a time in the U.S. territories to deliver care. VA provides health care in 5 U.S. territories in the Pacific and Atlantic. In the Pacific, VA has 1 medical center in Honolulu, Hawaii. There are 3 outpatient clinics in the American Samoa, Guam, and the Mariana Islands. The Atlantic VA has one medical center at Puerto Rico, there are 10 outpatient clinics across Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Based on most recent data, we have, from the VA Pacific system, serving 7,200 enrolled veterans. The VA Caribbean system serves 61,000 enrolled veterans. But the veterans in these parts of the world are forced to spend time and money to get their hard-earned care. For example, a veteran in Guam must travel 4,000 miles for care in Honolulu. A veteran in the Virgin Islands has to fly to Puerto Rico to receive care at the VA Medical Center there. The Travel Act would expand the reach of the VA care by putting physicians where the veterans live. I want to thank my friend, Representative King-Hines, for her leadership on this bill to get veterans in remote parts of the world health care that they have earned. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3400 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3400, the Travel Act of 2025 as amended. VA estimates that as of June 2023, there were at least 100,000 veterans living in the U.S. territories, but it's likely that this number is even higher. However, only Puerto Rico has a VA medical center, and only American Samoa and Guam have outpatient clinics, or CBOCs. Therefore, veterans living in the territories have limited access to VA medical care. While eligible veterans can receive care through VA's community care program, access to specialty care, even in the community, is extremely limited given the lack of such services in the territories. This legislation authorizes the VA to appoint traveling physicians to provide care to veterans residing in American Samoa, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands of the United States, and any other territory or possession in the United States. It will also allow the traveling VA physician to coordinate with non-department medical providers as necessary to provide care. I thank Representative King-Hines for introducing this bill. Individuals from the territories generally enlist in the military at higher per capita rates than residents of most U.S. states. However, veterans in the territories have long struggled to access the VA health care they have earned. This legislation would help reduce the rate at which these veterans must be referred to community providers or endure lengthy travel to access services at VA medical facilities, thousands and thousands of miles away from home. Veterans deserve access to the care and benefits they have earned regardless of where they live. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3400, the Travel Act. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield to my colleague from the Commonwealth of Mariana Islands, Representative King-Hines, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 3400, as amended, the Territorial Response and Access to Veterans Essential Life Care Act, or otherwise known as the Travel Act of 2025. This legislation is a vital step toward improving healthcare access for veterans residing in U.S. territories, including my district, the Northern Mariana Islands. Our veterans have served our country with honor, but too many of them still struggle to receive even the most basic care close to home. The Travel Act directly addresses the critical shortage of specialized medical care in remote and underserved areas. It authorizes the Department of VA to temporarily deploy VA physicians and medical specialists to the territories. These professionals would receive travel bonuses and provide much-needed care, helping close persistent gaps in the VA's service network. When I meet with the veterans back home, I often hear the same heartbreaking stories: long travel, long waits, and feeling forgotten by the very same system meant to care for them. This bill is driven by those voices. Their needs, their experiences, and their dignity are at the heart of the Travel Act. this bill brings care to them rather than asking them to sacrifice even more. I want to extend my deep appreciation to the Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Mike Bowles and Ranking Member Takano and their dedicated staff for their work and support of this legislation. This bipartisan effort reflects a shared commitment across the aisle and across the country to ensuring that no veteran is left behind no matter where they live. I urge all my colleagues to support the Travel Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more members seeking recognition. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3400. I had the wrong number here. H.R. 3400, the Travel Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3400 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds.
Nays?
Two-thirds. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative. First, Mr. Boss.
We request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3767, the HPSP Improvement Act of 2025, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 220, H.R. 3767, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to provide for a time frame for the employment in the Department of Veterans Affairs of participants in the Health Professionals Scholarship Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3767 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3767 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Hamaday. This bill would hold the VA to a deadline to hire participants in the Health Professional Scholarship Program. The scholarship was created to address chronic workforce shortages, critical healthcare jobs like nurses, physician's assistants, mental health providers continue to be short-staffed and need good people in these roles. But right now, VA pays for the scholarship enrollees' education to return for several years of service in the VA. Unfortunately, there have been cases where VA can take months before offering them a position. Sometimes people in the program are forced to break the agreement because of bureaucracy delays at the VA. They seek work elsewhere just to make ends meet. Representative Hamaday's bill would ensure that VA is properly staffed by making VA fulfill its end of the bargain. This bill also includes language from Representative Neil Dunn's bill, which would prohibit smoking on VA campuses. Since the 90s, VA has issued policies to provide safer smoking environments. Then in March of 2019, issued its most recent policy for a smoke-free VHA. This bill would align law with the current VA practice. Patients and VA employees have a right to be protected from the harmful medical effects of secondhand smoke. This bill would do just that. Many private sector healthcare systems already have smoke-free policies. This bill, as amended, would take important steps to improve VA health care. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3767 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 3767, the Health Professional Scholarship Program Improvement Act of 2025 as amended. For many years, the Health Professional Scholarship Program has allowed VA to provide financial assistance to future medical professionals in return for a promise of service at VA facilities to ensure VA can meet its staffing needs. The program has had long-standing success in both ensuring prospective providers can complete their training and bolstering VA's workforce, especially in difficult-to-hire areas and for difficult-to-recruit professions. However, some participants have expressed concerns that hiring delays at VA have prevented them from receiving their employment contracts in a timely manner. While there are many steps to onboarding new clinicians at VA, including necessary processes such as credentialing and privileging, we must make sure that VA does everything in its power to bring new staff on quickly, especially in the case of prospective providers who have proven themselves willing to serve the veteran community. This legislation will ensure that VA provides employment contracts to graduates of the Health Professional Scholarship Program within 90 days of completion of their programs, or within 90 days of completing all necessary licensing and credentialing processes, whichever is later. Participants in the Health Professional Scholarship Program are dedicated to service to the veteran community and are vital to ensuring VA has sufficient staffing across the nation. We should continue to seek additional ways to improve the hiring and onboarding process at VA, including through additional workforce investments and improving use of expedited hiring authorities. However, in the meantime, there is an important step in ensuring this program fulfills its purpose, both for participants and for VA's workforce needs. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arizona, the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Hamadeh.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 3767, the Health Professional Scholarship Program Improvement Act. As too many taxpayers well know, the VA spends millions of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars training healthcare professionals through scholarships. Yet these same qualified professionals are forced to wait months for employment contracts after graduation. All the while, our veterans suffer. It's government inefficiency at its worst, and our veterans seem to always be paying the price. Veterans are sent to emergency rooms while skilled doctors are waiting to serve patients. That is why I introduced this bipartisan legislation with my colleague, Congresswoman Nikki Budzinski, because we saw a problem that required action. Bureaucratic red tape is the enemy. The reports by the Inspector General are a testament to what veterans in my district already know. Staffing shortfalls are more than a figure. They are missed appointments, endless long waits, canceled procedures. American heroes' lives are at stake. Back home in Arizona, the Phoenix VA healthcare system covers 100,000 veterans. The Southern Arizona VA covers yet another 170,000. Every one of them deserves access to qualified providers. Arizona's 8th District alone has 65,000 veterans. These patients deserve better than bureaucratic incompetence when they need medical care. They did not wait to defend America, and America should not make them wait for health care. My bill offers a simple and common sense fix. HPSP scholarship recipients will be given offers of jobs within 90 days post-graduation. They will not wait. Veterans will not be forgotten. We are going to drain the VA swamp one regulation at a time. Our bill also requires an annual report to Congress on hire dates and placement rates. Transparency generates performance. We are not just addressing the issue today. We are ensuring bureaucrats cannot hide and escape tomorrow. To those who would say 90 days is too aggressive, my response is, how long should a veteran wait? How long should a trained physician sit idle? The current state is intolerable. The status quo has failed, and it's time for genuine reform. I have seen firsthand what occurs when the system fails for those on the front lines overseas. We cannot allow failure at home. When I served as an Army intelligence officer overseas, we lived by a simple creed: mission first and no Americans left behind. My bill is an embodiment of that promise. This isn't partisan posturing. This is about doing right by America's warfighters. The Veteran Affairs Committee agreed, voting for my bill by voice vote without opposition. 0 dissent. Complete consensus and stakeholder support. Now it's time for the entire House to deliver. Mr. Speaker, every day of delay is another day a veteran waits for care. Another day a qualified healthcare professional can't serve. Another day the system fails those who have served and protect us all. Another day the swamp wins and our heroes lose. We ask our veterans to wait for many things. Quality healthcare shouldn't be one of them. Not in President Trump's America and not on our watch. I urge all my colleagues to support the HPSP Improvement Act. Our veterans have waited long enough. We must deliver on the promise we made to the brave men and women who served our country. It's time to put veterans first. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3767, the Health Professional Scholarship Program Act of 2025, as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3767 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2721, the Honoring Our Heroes Act of 2025, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 230, H.R. 2721, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to establish and carry out a pilot program to furnish a headstone or burial marker to veterans who died on or before November 1st, 1990, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2721.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2721 as amended. This bill would establish a 7-year pilot program to allow eligible survivors or veteran representatives to request a VA-furnished headstone or marker for veterans buried in private cemeteries who died during or after World War II. Under current law, the National Cemetery Administration may only furnish a headstone or marker for graves of eligible veterans who died or on or after November 1st, 1990. If this veteran and their families have not already received an equivalent benefit, this bill would allow the veteran's family to honor their military service. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 2721 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2721, the Honoring Our Heroes Act of 2025 as amended, offered by Representative Tim Kennedy, who was an outstanding member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, most Americans would be shocked to hear this, but service members who passed away before 1990 are currently ineligible by law to request a government-issued headstone from the National Cemetery Administration. In the haze of grief after a loved one passes away, families are often unaware of what benefits they may be eligible for, and oftentimes they make short-term decisions they intend to revisit later, but for varying reasons they do not. Unfortunately for the families of veterans, that sometimes means that they could have applied for a headstone for their loved one, only to find out years later they were arbitrarily cut off from accessing that benefit simply by the passage of time. I think we can all agree that when a veteran passes away, they deserve the benefits they earned, And that includes marking their place in history with a headstone or other marker that pays respect to their service. And that should be true regardless of when that veteran passes away. That is what the Honoring Our Heroes Act of 2025 seeks to do: give late veterans the burial rights they deserve and give families a sense of pride and closure after their loss. We on the Veterans Affairs Committee are continually guided toward equity in the veteran population, and when our constituents bring an issue to us that highlights inequity or injustice, it is our duty to correct it. It is with this change in mind that my esteemed colleague, Representative Kennedy, took up the fight and spearheaded this effort on behalf of the families of veterans before November 1st, 1990, who by statute cannot request a headstone from the National Cemetery Administration. I am thankful to Representative Kennedy for his dedication to veteran families on an issue that has been overlooked for far too long. I am also thankful to the families who highlighted this issue and who testified in support of this legislation. As we continue to strive for veterans, their families, and survivors to access their earned benefits, and as we continue to push common sense changes that allow more of these deserving people to get what they're owed, we must remember that from military separation through health care and in death, they matter. Mr. Speaker, I strongly support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and author of H.R. 2721. He currently serves on our Economic Opportunity Subcommittee and our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as a body have an obligation to honor our service members for the sacrifices they've made for our country. This responsibility is always top of mind for me and my colleagues on the House Veterans Affairs Committee. About a year ago, I discovered that military families in my district faced a painful reality. After their loved one's passing, they could not honor their service with a VA-issued headstone. These are families who, often years or even decades after the death of a loved one, came to fully grasp the depth of that veteran's service and sacrifice to our nation. Families like that of Technical Sergeant Florian J. Fenclaw, a World War II veteran, prisoner of war, Purple Heart recipient, and proud member of the Greatest Generation. Under current federal law, the VA only provides a government-issued headstone for veterans who died after November 1st, 1990. This wasn't always the case. That arbitrary date was put in place as a cost-saving measure to pass legislation that same year. Just one more item cut on a spreadsheet to make the math work at the expense of our military families. Our veterans deserve better than this. They are men and women who bravely answered the call to serve. As members of Congress, we have a moral obligation to fully honor the heroes who fought for this country. The families left behind are simply asking our government to properly recognize the bravery and dedication of their loved ones, Americans who were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect the freedoms we all hold dear. The quality of a veteran's memorial should not be based on when they died. Rather, every memorial must provide dignity, respect, and lasting recognition for all who wear the uniform. That's why I introduced the Honoring Our Heroes Act, to ensure veterans who passed before 1990 receive a VA-issued headstone they earned, and to guarantee that no veteran's memory is ever forgotten. I want to thank Chairman Bost and Ranking Member Takano for working with me in advancing this common sense legislation. With your help, we are now that much closer to helping our military families correct the wrongs of the past. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
We have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2721, the Honoring Our Heroes Act of 2025 as amended. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I stand in strong support of this legislation. I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2721 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. Purpose of the gentleman from Illinois, seat recognition.
We request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3579, the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program Integrity Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the bill. The title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 218, H.R. 3579, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to make certain improvements to the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bose, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3579 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3579, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Juan Ciscomani of Arizona. This bill would make needed modernizations to the VA Veterans Readiness Employment Program, the VR&E program. Over the last 2 years, our committee has uncovered disastrous wait times and fraud and waste and abuse in the VA's VR&E program. This bill would steer the ship in the right direction by establishing more oversight of the program. It is the duty of Congress to make sure that veterans who complete this workforce program are earning more and are in a better spot than they were before entering the program. The VR&E currently does not track those results. At a recent hearing, VA told the committee that 45% of veterans who successfully complete the program re-enter it later. This does not show that the program is working for veterans. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it shows that the VR&E needs an overhaul. It is time to reform VR&E so that the veterans can receive the training they need to find meaningful career fields that fit for them. This bill would also implement better practices for transparency on wait times to allow veterans to better plan for their future. And I want to thank my friend, Representative Ciscomani, for sponsoring this bill to improve job training access for veterans. My committee will continue to seek ways to level the playing field for veterans seeking employment so that every veteran has access to the opportunity they want, all the while protecting their taxpayers' investments in these programs. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3579 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as may consume.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 3579 as amended, the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program Integrity Act. The VA Veteran Readiness and Employment Program, otherwise known as VR&E, is also known as Chapter 31. It is a comprehensive benefits program designed to help veterans with service-connected disabilities find and maintain suitable employment. It offers personalized assistance, including career counseling, vocational training, and educational support to help veterans overcome employment barriers. The program's ultimate goal is to empower disabled veterans to achieve independence and a successful career in the civilian workforce. I take great pride in my work on the Honoring Our Pact Act, that it resulted in hundreds of thousands of veterans finally having their disability recognized, making them eligible for the VR&E program. However, that massive influx of new applicants has brought to light improvements that are needed for the VR&E program. This legislation seeks to add some good governance steps to the program to make sure veterans are aware of how the benefit works upon sign-up, and ensures that veterans are actively seeking employment as they are prepared to exit the VR&E program. This legislation includes data reporting for Congress and veterans, so wait times and wage data are public. I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate as well to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California Reserve. Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to yield to my friend and colleague from the great state of Arizona as much time as he may consume. Mr. Siscomani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 3579, the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program Integrity Act. This bipartisan bill ensures that veterans have the tools and resources they need to successfully transition to civilian life. This legislation does so by providing much-needed oversight over the VA's Veterans Readiness and Employment Program, which offers specific job training and counseling to veterans with a service-connected disability. This bill requires the VA to track the employment outcomes and wait times to participants in order for us to know if this program is fulfilling its core mission, and that enables better evaluation of all tracks in the VR&E, so that we can do a better job in understanding what is working and also what is not working. For too many veterans wait for months just to meet with a program counselor. I've heard this over and over again in my district. And far too many leave programs without confidence that they have the skills to have a stable civilian career. This bill fixes that. It's not about giveaways, it's about getting return on our investment in veterans, in dignity, in opportunity, in real jobs. It's about ensuring our veterans transition with the resources that they need, not just to survive, but to thrive. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in support of H.R. 3579, stand behind our veterans, not just with words, but with this important oversight, with accountability, and especially with action. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois is reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on our subcommittee on health and our technology modernization subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Sherfless McCormick.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to co-lead H.R. 3579, the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program Integrity Act, alongside Congressman Siscomani. This bipartisan bill expands economic opportunities for our veterans and brings much-needed transparency for the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program, which helps veterans with service-connected disabilities transition to civilian careers. Serving over 125,000 veterans each year, the VR&E program is critical, especially for veterans in Florida and nationwide, helping them gain the skills and opportunities needed to build successful and dignified lives after service. To ensure veterans receive the support they deserve, the Department of Veteran Affairs must provide timely and accurate data on program outcomes. Veterans should not have to endure excessive wait times before accessing their critical services. This bill requires the VA to report on employment rates, wages, and average wait times, guaranteeing that veterans receive prompt and effective assistance. These measures will improve program effectiveness and ensure veterans benefit from high-quality, timely support. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and encourage the Senate to act quickly. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman is.
I reserve.
He reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 3579 as amended, the Veterans Readiness and Employment Program Integrity Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I once again encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3579 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3951, the Rural Veteran Improvement Access to Benefit Act of 2025.
The clerk will report. Does the gentleman intend to call the bill up as amended?
As amended.
Okay. All right, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3951, a bill to amend the Veterans Benefits Improvement Act of 1996 and the Johnny Isaacson and David P. Rowe, M.D. Veterans Health Care and Benefits Improvement Act of 2020 to improve the temporary licensure requirements for contract health care professionals who perform medical disability examinations for the Department of Veterans Affairs and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, has the gentleman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3951 as amended.
That's it. Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3951, introduced by my colleague, Representative Siscomani from Arizona. This bill would extend the license portability authority for contracted medical professionals conducted compensation and pension examinations for veterans until 2031. These exams are a vitally important part of going through the VA benefit process. Veterans living in a rural or underserved areas often need to travel far distances for their exams. Veterans in my district know this hurdle firsthand and the impact it can have on dragging out the timeline for them to receive their disability benefits. Congress created the authority to expand the net for qualified contracted medical professionals by ensuring more contracted medical professionals can perform these exams. Veterans would have greater access to their benefits closer to home. Under current law, license portability only applies to physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, audiologists, and psychologists. This bill would expand that authority to include even more providers who are eligible for employment at VA to perform medical disability examinations. This is a necessary expansion to VA exam programs to get even more qualified people serving veterans. I want to thank Representative Siscomani for his leadership on this bill and his efforts to increase access to disability benefits for our nation's veterans. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3951, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3951, the Rural Veterans Improved Access to Benefits Act of 2025 as amended. There are a few things we on both sides of the aisle agree on completely, and I'm happy to report that this bill highlights one of them. Veterans in rural areas deserve the same access to care that someone living near a large city VA facility does. Rural populations are particularly vulnerable because of unreasonable travel distances for appointments, especially specialists. For some veterans, this can be a reason to delay or forego routine exams or care later, resulting in poorer health outcomes. We hear many stories of veterans who have appointments scheduled hours away, requiring them to secure transportation, which can often be difficult. We've also heard incredibly frustrating stories of these same appointments being canceled or rescheduled at the last minute. And what does that mean for our veterans and their families? It can mean rescheduling childcare, leave, work, transportation, as well as other appointments they may have grouped together for ease and convenience. It also means that any follow-up appointments begin the cumbersome cycle all over again. We should not tolerate rural veterans being treated as secondary purely because of their location. They should have the same access to care that other veterans have in more densely populated areas. The Rural Veterans Improved Access to Benefits Act attempts to rectify part of this problem by expanding license portability, allowing practitioners to perform exams for veterans across state lines. At a time when medical professionals in many specializations are particularly difficult to access at VA, it is vital that we ease access to these practitioners where possible. This bill mandates a report regarding the number of exams completed through this license portability agreement. This data will surely prove beneficial in highlighting communities with greater needs for care. We will continue to work to ensure all veterans get access to the care they need, whether it be through legislative levers like this or through continued efforts of outreach and advocacy. I'm thankful to all those who worked on this effort to ensure that no one is left behind. I support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the sponsor of this bill, gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 3951, the Rural Veterans Improvement Access to Benefits Act of 2025. This bipartisan bill aims to ensure rural veterans have access to quality and timely physician examinations so that they are able to receive the care that they're entitled to regardless of where they live. This legislation does this by permanently allowing VA providers to perform cross-state disability exams and expanding the pool of providers who can perform medical disability examinations for the VA to include all licensed healthcare professionals. These changes will help to address the shortage of qualified examiners in rural areas specifically, thereby reducing wait times and increasing the timely release of benefits to our veterans. I have witnessed firsthand the challenge rural veterans in Arizona's 6th Congressional District face in getting their medical exams completed in a timely manner. This bill takes an essential first step towards eliminating these regional healthcare disparities and ensures that all veterans receive the quality care they deserve. I encourage all my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 3951. We owe it to our servicemen and women to make this commitment to timely health care access. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3951, the Rural Veterans Improved Access to Benefits Act of 2025 as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose is recognized?
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3951 as amended? In favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3854, the Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Processing Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3854, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to submit a plan to expand the use of certain automation tools in the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston, the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3854 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3854 as amended, sponsored by Representative Valadao. This bill would require VA to review existing claims, automation tools, and submit a plan to Congress on improving, modifying, or creating new tools to support claims processors. These improvements would in return help VA automatically retrieve veterans' records, compile evidence, automate federal government data sharing, and generate notice letters to veterans. These improvements are common sense and would lead to a more efficient and accurate decision on benefit claims. This bill would require VA to detail how it would provide these improvements to other benefit programs in Veterans Benefits Administration. This bill would also include Representative Edwards' bill, the Justice for American Veterans and Survivors Act of 2025. Importantly, this provision would require VA to publish an annual report for the next 5 years on the cause and manner of death among veterans rated 100% or totally disabled veteran community. VA currently supports over 506,000 surviving spouses. However, VA does not track the cause and manner of death among recent deceased totally disabled veterans. Data like this is critical to ensure the VA programs for surviving family members meet their needs. The report would also require VA to publish the total number of prevalent causes and manners of death among these veterans to better identify trends. Now, I want to thank my colleagues for their work to ensure the VA continues to develop the tools it needs to effectively deliver benefits. I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3854 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
So moved.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3854, Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Processing Act, as amended. We are living in an era of remarkable technological advancement. It seems every day there is a new story about how artificial intelligence is shaping data visualization or modeling. In fact, there are AI models that are helping to detect diseases before traditional detection periods. As the world around us continues to advance in this way, we cannot handcuff the Department of Veterans Affairs and bar them from utilizing this remarkable technology. But neither can we let them proceed unfettered without considering all the implications of its use. H.R. 3854 directs VA to plan for the use of automation tools to aid in retrieving service records, medical evidence, claims decision support, and generate correspondence to the veteran. It requires VA to share this report with Congress so that we may provide the proper oversight of this burgeoning technology. This bill also provides an analytical structure to assess the feasibility and extent of collaboration required between offices utilizing artificial intelligence. Lastly, it seeks to modernize and expedite the processing of benefits for certain children of veterans, a uniquely vulnerable community. But beyond just addressing the use of emerging AI technology at VA, H.R. 3854 as amended also seeks to bolster VA's data collection. Currently, VA does not collect cause of death data on veterans. This is problematic, and it creates a challenge when assessing trends in veteran deaths. The collection of cause of death data would allow VA to begin to build data sets that can be tracked and assessed a promising thing in this era of rapid technological advancement. It's not a stretch to say that this data can one day be used to anticipate and prevent potentially catastrophic diagnoses in veteran populations with similar markers. I, for one, look forward to a day where we are preventing deaths from occupational exposures instead of merely tracking them. And this bill begins to tackle that. This isn't a magic wand to fix and modernize all of VA, but it's a start. I'm confident that with modernization efforts like this legislation, as well as my colleagues' efforts in other areas, we can make a concerted effort to give our veterans the best care and experience they deserve. But there is one very large caveat in this effort to modernize VA and its systems that I would be remiss not to mention. And that is, any push to increase the use of automation, artificial intelligence, and big data at VA must not simultaneously remove the humanity from the system. AI is no substitute for a well-trained workforce, especially one that is as mission-driven and dedicated as the one we have at VA. Even as chaos unfolds around them, I know VA employees are trying hard to continue to deliver for veterans. We should not lose sight of that, and even with the promise of evolving technologies, we know that the human element is still the most important when delivering world-class care and service to veterans. It is what veterans want, and it is what serves them best. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to my good friend from California as much time as he may consume, to Representative Valadao.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to urge support for my bill, the Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Act. Our veterans put their lives on the line to defend this country. When they came home, they shouldn't have to fight another battle just to get the benefits they deserve. Unfortunately, outdated systems at the VA are causing unnecessary delays that create real hardships for both veterans and their families. To speed up disability claims, the VA has used automation tools like AI to draft letters and gather documents. But that same technology has not been applied to other types of claims, such as pensions or survivor benefits. This has led to a growing backlog and in some cases missed benefits altogether. My bill takes steps to fix this. It requires the VA to expand the use of automation tools, ensure documents are properly labeled in the system, and improve coordination between offices. It also directs the VA to use the tools for pensions and survivors' benefits so families aren't left behind. By improving coordination across the VA and other federal agencies, we can reduce overpayments and prevent families from being hit with unexpected debt notices. This is a common sense bill that would help ensure our veterans and survivors receive the benefits they deserve in a timely and efficient manner. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I also want to thank Chairman Bost and his staff at the Committee of Veterans Affairs for their work on this very important issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on our Health Subcommittee and our Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Representative Morrison.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3854, the Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Processing Act. The bill before us includes the provisions of the Justice for Americans, Veterans, and Survivors Act, which I co-led with the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards. Our bipartisan bill will improve VA's data collection efforts on the prevailing causes of death among veterans. As a physician myself, I can tell you firsthand that thorough and accurate data is critical to delivering the best possible care for patients. I believe it's incumbent upon us as lawmakers to take the same approach to policymaking, especially when it comes to crafting legislation to help care for our veterans. The information provided under this report will help us to better understand the most serious threats facing our veterans, whether it be suicide, toxic exposure, or other life-threatening conditions. This reporting will also include important information on veterans with service-connected disability, which will help ensure that surviving family members receive the benefits they are entitled to in a timely fashion. This common sense legislation will provide the information we need to ensure that our veterans are getting the best possible care, a goal we all share. I want to end by thanking the gentleman from North Carolina for his partnership and the chair and ranking member for their support. I'd also like to thank the bill sponsor, the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Illinois recognized.
At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Edwards.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Bost, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Valdeo from California, for your leadership on the Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Processing Act. This important legislation streamlines the VA claims process, helping veterans and their families receive the benefits that they've earned and deserve. I'm especially grateful to Mr. Valdeo for his collaboration in including my bill, the Justice for America's Veterans and Survivors Act, in this package. My legislation improves how the Department of Veterans Affairs collects and reports data on the causes of death among veterans, with a particular emphasis on accurately identifying when suicide is a primary or contributing factor. The mental health crisis among America's veterans has reached an alarming level. Suicide is now the second leading cause of death for veterans under the age of 45. Despite ongoing efforts, the Department of Veterans Affairs struggles to accurately track and report veteran suicides. This not only hinders the development of effective policies, but deprives survivors and families of the support that they've earned and deserve. Currently, the VA relies on county-level reporting that fails to identify veteran status in nearly 1 in 5 cases. Additionally, many self-harm deaths, such as drug overdoses, are excluded from suicide data. The Justice for America's Veterans and Survivors Act fixes that issue by requiring the VA to publish an annual report on causes of death among veterans, and it clarifies when suicide is a primary or a secondary cause, including in cases of self-harm related deaths. Proper cause of death reporting ensures families have access to the benefits and resources that they're entitled to, and understanding the full scope of the veteran suicide crisis is essential to creating effective policies to save lives. I urge a yes vote on this legislation.
Gentleman yields back.
I yield back.
We have no more speakers, and we're ready to close. I reserve.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues once again to vote yes on H.R. 3854, Modernizing All Veterans and Survivors Claims Processing Act as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3854? And those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay, for what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2034, the Edith Norris Rogers STEM Scholarship Opportunity Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 212, H.R. 2034, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to modify the requirements of the Edith Norris Rogers STEM Scholarship.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Tucano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2034 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2034 as amended, offered by my colleague, Representative Nikki Baczynski of Illinois. This bill would make needed improvements to the Edith Norris Rogers STEM Scholarship Education Benefits Program. Currently, the program is underused because of bureaucratic red tape, that limits who is eligible for the scholarship. This mistake made by previous Congresses has prevented the STEM scholarship from helping those who most are in need. While I believe more information is necessary to fully improve the program, this bill is a step in the right direction. I'd like to thank our colleague Nikki Budzinski for her support of this legislation. Additionally, I want to thank my friend and fellow Rep. Abe Hamadeh for Arizona for co-sponsoring this legislation. Representative Hamadeh's advocate on this bill has been pivotal to getting it on the House floor today to cut through the red tape and improve education benefit access. Finally, I want to thank the American Legion and Paralyzed Veterans of America for their support of this legislation. I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 2034 as amended, and Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 2034, the Edith North Norse Rogers STEM Scholarship Opportunity Act as amended. Edith Norse Rogers was a trailblazer for veteran benefits, and the program we are amending today that bears her name was created to support the next generation of veteran trailblazers. She was instrumental in the creation of the original GI Bill and advocated for a greater role for women in the armed forces. Congress created the Edith Norse Rogers STEM Scholarship in 2017 as part of the Forever GI Bill. However, since creation, we have learned of cases where improvements to the program would encourage more veterans to pursue dual degrees, degrees in STEM education, and degrees in healthcare. Representative Budzinski's legislation would improve the program to better fit student veteran needs by making two fundamental changes to the program to increase access. First, the legislation allows veterans to apply for the scholarship while they are still finishing their undergraduate degrees. That means students won't have to delay their education for no reason or hit an arbitrary completed credit hour requirement if they are accepted into the program. Veterans can seamlessly progress to their next degree. Second, the legislation removes the requirement that a student exhaust all credit hours on their GI Bill benefits, which makes enrollment easier for STEM-seeking students. The scholarship is a wonderful tool, but these requirements, originally well-intended, have made the scholarship onerous to use and has limited enrollment far below projections. H.R. 2034 fixes those issues and clears the way for more trailblazers like Congresswoman Edith Norse. I thank Representative Budzinski for introducing this important bill, and I urge my colleagues in the House and the Senate as well to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserved.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and the author of the bill, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization, Representative Budzinski from Illinois.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, the Edith Norse Rogers STEM Scholarship Opportunity Act. With the start of the new school year, the time is now to pass this bipartisan legislation that will help student veterans who are training for high-demand STEM fields. I want to thank my colleague on the Veterans Affairs Committee, Congressman Hamadeh, for his collaboration and partnership on this bill. I want to thank our veterans for their service and sacrifice. This bill removes barriers for student veterans seeking a STEM education by modifying eligibility requirements for the Edith Norse Rogers STEM Scholarship. This scholarship has proven crucial to getting more veterans involved in STEM fields. But feedback from veterans in a 2022 GAO report have shown that current eligibility requirements are barriers for many of our student veterans. The Edith North Rogers STEM Scholarship Opportunity Act would address these barriers by lowering the minimum number of credit hours required. It would also allow student veterans to apply for the scholarship before their post-9/11 GI Bill benefits run out. This would allow for a smooth transition of funding for their education. They have so bravely served us. It's time for us to serve them. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have no more speakers at this time. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. And I
The
reserve.
gentleman is recognized for closing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 2034, the Edith North Rogers STEM Scholarship Opportunity Act as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I encourage all of our members, all of the members, to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2034 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2701, the Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2701, a bill to direct the American Battle Monuments Commission to establish a program to identify American Jewish service members buried in United States military cemeteries overseas under markers that incorrectly represent their religion and heritage and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bust, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2701. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2701 as amended, offered by Representative Wasserman Schultz. This bill would propel VA to identify and correct the gravestones of fallen Jewish American service members who were killed in World War I and World War II, and established 900 Jewish American service members were mistakenly buried under a Latin cross, excuse me, Madam Speaker, under a Latin cross headstone at overseas U.S. veteran cemeteries. This bill would seek to right this wrong by creating the Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Program. It would direct the ABMC, which maintains our cemeteries overseas, to contract with nonprofit organizations to identify these service members and correct this to properly honor these men. Since the Revolutionary War, Jewish Americans have fought to defend our nation's freedoms. Speaker, it should go without saying that they deserve to be honored properly with the dignity that they have earned. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, H.R. 2701, as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2701, the Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Act as amended. And I thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, for introducing this bill. Madam Speaker, oftentimes veterans who were buried overseas during World Wars I and II were put to rest on foreign soil without the full picture of who they were as people. In life, these servicemen and women showed courage, honor, respect, dignity, and sacrifice. In death, some have been unfortunately misrepresented. Not because of malice, but more often circumstances of time, space, and uncertainty, roughly 900 American Jewish service members were buried under a Latin cross that does not accurately reflect their religious heritage. The Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Act seeks to correct this oversight. It formalizes a program with the American Battle Monuments Commission to identify and establish contact with descendants of those fallen service members who were mistakenly buried under the Latin cross, and works in partnership with a nonprofit organization to obtain the grave marker that accurately represents their religious heritage and replace the inaccurate headstone. Acts like this provide a structure to identify our veterans not merely as markers in cemeteries, but as whole humans with their belief in something greater than even their service, their Creator. I am thankful to my colleague, Representative Wasserman Schultz, for championing this effort and for ensuring we are accurately capturing the history and dignity of those who served overseas in some of our most trying conflicts. Far too often we think of Arlington National Cemetery or maybe your local veteran cemetery and don't even realize that we have service members buried overseas in plots around the world. The work of the American Battle Monuments Commission is broad, reaching across 26 permanent American military cemeteries, over 30 memorials, monuments, and markers in 17 different countries. I encourage all those who have the opportunity to do so to visit one of these cemeteries. If you find yourself overseas, do an internet search and see if you can stop by an ABMC location. You'll be awed and humbled by the emotional sight of seeing the true cost of freedom and sacrifice. I can assure you, you will find a passionate group of caretakers, educators, historians, and advocates who take such care to keep these lands sacred. It is people like this who continually work to ensure those buried far from home are done so in dignity and with their true heritage represented. Their efforts and the efforts of those who have worked so hard to bring this program and legislation to this point assure that we as a nation, with our overseas partners, will work continuously for accurate representation and history for our veteran community. Madam Speaker, I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 5 minutes to my very good friend and author of H.R. 2701. She serves as ranking member on the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies. The gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his indulgence in yielding time to speak in support of my bill, the Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Act. And thank you to Chairman Bost for advancing this legislation through your committee and for your indulgence in reordering its consideration on the floor so that I could make it here to actually speak on the bill. I very much appreciate it. My bill, as you've heard, is straightforward and bipartisan. It's rights or wrong that occurred in some cases by accident, where a Jewish service member was laid to rest under a headstone misidentifying their religion. It ensures the United States properly honors the religion and heritage of the men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. It does so by creating a program with the American Battle Monuments Commission to identify American Jewish service members buried in U.S. military cemeteries in ABMC purview under headstones that incorrectly represent their religion and heritage. World War I and World War II were brutal and devastating, leading to challenges of ensuring every fallen American service member received the honor and respect of a proper burial. From World War II alone, it's estimated that 600 American Jewish service members killed in action remain improperly buried under Latin crosses rather than Stars of David. While some of these improper burials were due to clerical errors, we've heard many stories of Jewish war heroes not wanting to display their faith on their dog tags while fighting against the anti-Semitic and genocidal Nazi regime. Sadly, this issue is not limited to World War II. This past spring, I had the honor of participating in a ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery to properly honor two World War I fallen American Jewish service members, Private David Moser and Private First Class Adolf Hanf. Both were laid to rest for over 100 years under a headstone etched with a Latin cross. In a moving ceremony sponsored by Private Moser's family, these American heroes' headstones were replaced, properly honoring their heritage after all these years. It was so moving to honor the tremendous sacrifices Jewish Americans paid in service to our nation, fighting for the same rights and freedoms every American cherishes. At a moment when anti-Semitism is at record highs, this moment of healing was incredibly special. Knowing that there are hundreds of additional fallen Jewish service members who deserve the same recognition as Private Moser and Private First Class Hanf, that makes this bill all the more important. I've been honored by all the wide-ranging organizational support for the bill and for my colleagues who have partnered with me on this mission. Thank you to Congressman Max Miller for being my co-lead and to Senators Moran and Rosen for championing this bill in the Senate. As the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Subcommittee, which provides funding for the ABMC, I am acutely aware that the programs Congress authorizes require funding to ensure proper implementation. In both FY26 and House and Senate Milcon VA appropriations bills, we secured $500,000 to carry out this mission with ABMC, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to ensure that it stays in the bill as we continue consideration during conference negotiations. It is critical that Jewish Americans who served our nation in uniform and paid the ultimate price are able to be laid to rest honoring their religious heritage. Unfortunately, due to the fog of war, hundreds of Jewish service members were denied that last opportunity. This bill is an important step to allow for the research necessary to correct these errors and ensure there are resources for that work. This will make it possible for these brave Jewish service members' descendants to know that their loved ones' military service, life, and religious heritage are properly honored. I urge my colleagues to support passage of H.R. 2701 so we can properly honor our fallen Jewish American service members, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no more speakers on this bill. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, once again, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2701, the Fallen Service Members Religious Heritage Restoration Act as amended. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields back, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2701? Those in favor say aye. As amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3481, the Delivering Dignity to our Veterans Act of 2025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 213, H.R. 3481, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to provide for electronic communication relating to educational assistance benefits under the laws administered by the Secretary and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3481 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3481 as amended, offered by my friend and colleague, Representative Tom Barrett from Michigan. This bill would allow veterans to opt in to receive messages digitally regarding the GI Bill education benefit. Under current law, veterans in education programs can only receive time-sensitive information from VA through the mail. The outdated practice forces veterans to wait weeks for information they could receive in minutes through a text message. Further, this bill would modernize VA's Solid Start program by authorizing it to communicate with veterans via text message. Right now, VA is only able to reach out to veterans in Solid Start by calling them. While the older generation of veterans pick up the phone, VA's Solid Start program has seen a concerning drop-off among younger veterans. This bill would bridge the gap in communication. Now, I want to thank Representative Barrett for his championship of this bill and for finding solutions in technology space to ensure student veterans and transitioning service members are receiving up-to-date and timely information. Speaker, this bill is lockstep with the Republican majority's efforts to properly propel VA to meet VA veterans where they are. I also want to thank Representative Van Orton for his continued efforts to make necessary improvements to the TAP, or the Transition Assistance Program, or the TAP program. Under my leadership, my committee will continue to honor its commitment to all veterans, ensuring the VA is working for our veterans. I want to give a special thanks to the American Legion, the PVA, the VFW, and for their support, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 3481 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 3481, the Delivering Digitally to Our Veterans Act as amended. Veterans shouldn't have to fight to get information about their earned GI Bill benefits, and this legislation looks to ease access to information from VA to veterans by allowing the Department of Veterans Affairs to do outreach using digital messaging such as text messages, direct messages, and virtual chat, in addition to direct mail. VA is already doing much of this, but H.R. 3481 as amended looks to codify these efforts into law to ensure they are available to veterans in the future. H.R. 3481 as amended also includes the text of H.R. 3386, the Solid Start Communications Act. Then Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin and Senator Hassan permanently authorized the Solid Start program, which has been a critical outreach to newly separated veterans. Solid Start allows VA to stay connected with veterans as they navigate their transition to civilian life. H.R. 3481, as amended, expands VA Solid Start outreach efforts to include the same text and digital options included in the underlying text. I urge my colleagues in the House and Senate as well to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman who is the sponsor of this bill, Representative Tom Barrett.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today in support of H.R. 3481, the Delivering Digitally to Our Veterans Act. And this important legislation is a bipartisan effort to finally bring the VA into the 21st century by changing the way veterans are notified about their benefits. This allows veterans, and right now under current statute, veterans across America are left digging through the mail, often intermixed with junk mail and other notices that they may receive, just to find important updates from the VA, which often leads to things getting lost and delays in their benefits. In fact, it was not that long ago, I felt, when I was in college and I was required to manually call into a hotline for the VA every month to notify them that I was still a student enrolled in courses to receive my GI Bill benefits. H.R. 3481 fixes these issues by authorizing the VA to send GI Bill and Solid Start updates to veterans digitally through their devices that so many of us carry around every single day. This is an opt-in program that doesn't obligate any veteran to do this, but it's an easy and effective solution that will help veterans take advantage of the benefits they need when transitioning back into their communities after service. As you heard from the chairman, this is also supported by the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the Paralyzed Veterans of America, because they understand the importance of what we are trying to do in this legislation. By updating the way the VA communicates, we are guaranteeing veterans receive convenient and timely updates wherever they are, on their computer, phone, or tablet. Like so many students, they may live remotely from their home address that would prevent them from receiving these updates. It will also reduce postage costs, allowing the VA to spend money in ways that better serve our nation's heroes, so it's a win-win overall. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Van Orden and Mr. Tran, for their help in introducing this bill as we continue to work to improve the lives of veterans everywhere. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Madam Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close and I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 3481, the Delivering Digitally to Our Veterans Act as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3481 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman
Madam
rise?
Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that the quorum is not present and make a point of order that the quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3494, the VA Hospital Inventory Management Systems Authorization Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3494, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to carry out an information technology system and prioritize certain requirements to manage supply chains for medical facilities of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 3494 as amended.
No objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3494 as amended, offered by Representative Kiggins. This bill would ensure VA finally has a reliable system to track hospital supplies and equipment. For too long, an unreliable system has been wasting taxpayer dollars and left doctors and nurses searching for basic tools they need to care for our veteran. That kind of mismanagement is unacceptable. Veterans should never face delays in treatment because a hospital can't find the supplies and equipment it needs. A modern supply chain means stronger care for our veterans, smarter spending for taxpayers, and greater accountability at the VA. It means no excuses, no wasted dollars, no veterans left waiting because the system failed them. That's exactly what this bill delivers for our nation's heroes. And I want to thank Representative Kiggins for her continued leadership on the committee and her tireless commitment to solving this problem at the VA. And I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 3494 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in cautious, and I emphasize cautious, support for H.R. 3494, the VA Hospital Inventory Management System Authorization Act as amended. Throughout my time on this committee, I have seen the importance and necessity of an accessible and efficient supply chain system. Without these tools, hospitals remain ill-equipped to handle demand. This became painfully evident during the COVID-19 pandemic when VA facilities were forced to use Excel spreadsheets to report PPE inventory up to the central office. VA patients and providers deserve a modernized supply chain, and it has yet to be proven that VA has the capacity to provide this solution. And I emphasize this has occurred regardless of who was in charge of the department, which party. After a canceled procurement effort last year, VA has told us that it plans to restart its supply chain modernization effort for a 5th time. But as far as I can tell, they have not done much of the work needed to avoid making the same expensive mistakes again. Representative Kagan's bill, in its introduced form, would have authorized tens of millions of dollars to VA for a pilot on a program VA does not even have yet a plan for. Millions of dollars to the department millions of dollars to the department simply with the hope that VA was ready to get it right this time. However, I'm glad that my Republican colleagues chose to incorporate critical accountability measures initially proposed by my colleague, Representative Nikki Budzinski, for consideration on the floor today, after these measures were voted down on party lines in our most recent committee markup. With the help of committee Democrats, this bill will now ensure that the department has critical measures in place before it embarks on implementing the untested and unproven pilot program this bill authorizes. Representative Budzinski's input requires that VA develop a comprehensive strategy for its supply chain program, a cost estimate and implementation schedule, reports on VA's internal staffing levels after support workforces were heavily depleted by the deferred resignation program and other attrition, and an assessment of its recent failures in this modernization effort. Now, these updates represent just the most basic levels of oversight and planning that VA should have done once it decided to restart this modernization effort. I'm glad my Republican colleagues are joining us in pushing for the department to conduct these necessary assessments and plans before overhauling such an important program as supply chain management. I applaud Representative Budzinski for inserting these common sense checks into this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of this bill, Representative Kiggins.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, the VA Hospital Inventory Management System Authorization Act. As a Navy veteran, a nurse practitioner, and the proud representative of a district that is home to more than 78,000 veterans, I know how essential it is to ensure our veteran health system works efficiently and effectively. Unfortunately, outdated systems and fragmented logistics have created real obstacles within the VA. These failures aren't just technical, they are personal. They affect real people and real families. Over the past several years, millions of dollars in medical equipment have gone missing from VA facilities across the country. These are not isolated incidents. They are symptoms of a broader issue, one where a lack of modern infrastructure has led to waste, delay, and avoidable gaps in care. That's why I introduced this bipartisan, common-sense approach to improving how the VA manages medical supplies. This bill authorizes the Secretary of Veteran Affairs to develop or acquire a cloud-based inventory management system to help ensure that VA clinicians always have the right tools at the right time to provide high-quality care. The system will offer better tracking, better forecasting, and better accountability. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are simply asking the VA to adopt the same kinds of tools and best practices that are already being used in the private sector, and to do so in a way that is transparent, results-driven, and veteran-focused. The benefits are clear. A modern inventory management system will reduce waste, prevent delays in care, and ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent efficiently. Most importantly, it will help restore trust in a system that too often leaves veterans feeling frustrated and forgotten. I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this bill and join me in making a practical, bipartisan improvement to the care our veterans receive. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields.
Madam Speaker, we have no more speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 3494. the VA Hospital Inventory Management System Act as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3494 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4446, the Fast Vets Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 222, H.R. 4446, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to modify the conditions under which the Secretary of Veterans Affairs is required to redevelop the individualized vocational rehabilitation plan for a veteran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 4446.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4446, offered by my colleague, Representative Maxine Dexter of Oregon. H.R. 4446 would allow a veteran who has changed in their disability rating to apply for changes in their veterans' readiness and employment, or the VR&E plan, instead of being forced to complete their current rehabilitation plan first. This bill is a simple fix that would remove the outdated practice that requires disabled veterans to complete their current plan before switching to a plan that may better fit their changes in their disability. During the Biden administration, VA damaged their relationship with veterans in the VR&E program. Under President Trump's Secretary Collins' leadership, VA is rebuilding that trust and is working to fix the program. This Congress, the Republican majority, has worked hard to improve VA&E by modernizing the program, increasing transparency, introducing accountability to both the VA and the veterans. While this bill is a step in the right direction, I hope my colleagues recognize that there is a much more work to get VA to work for the veterans first. And I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 4446. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to express my support for H.R. 4446, the Focused Assistance and Skills Training for Veterans Employment and Transition Success, or FAST Vets Act, introduced by Veterans Affairs Committee member Representative Dexter. The VA Veteran Readiness and Employment, or VR&E program, is perhaps the greatest resource disabled veterans have to seek a new career path, but veterans are dealing with historic wait times due to program popularity and expanded eligibility under the PACT Act. I respectfully disagree with how the chairman has framed the VR&E program and its shortcomings, but let me just proceed to the virtues of this bill. The program is incredibly important for disabled veterans because it provides a comprehensive, individualized pathway to overcome employment barriers caused by service-connected disabilities. But with wait times, weeks, or even months in some areas of the country, veterans risk missing out on the program's benefits. Representative Dexter's bill would make it easier for veterans to find employment while in the program and to graduate faster from the program, freeing up counselors at VA to assist the next class of disabled veterans seeking a new career. And one of the primary goals of the PACT Act was to recognize the sacrifice of so many more veterans who were injured during their time serving our nation and to make them eligible for many of the programs offered to help them find meaningful employment, such as VR&E. Now, The VRNE program must keep pace with this new influx of veterans and ensure that it is meeting their needs. I thank Representative Dexter for her work on this bill, and I know she is already at work on additional solutions for the program, such as measures to maintain and support the staff at VA tasked with carrying out the program. I urge my colleagues in the House and Senate as well to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and author of H.R. 4446, who serves on our Health Subcommittee and our Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Representative Maxine Dexter.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues for their words of support today for the FAST Vets Act. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Focused Assistance and Skills Training for Veterans Employment and Training Success, or FAST Act. FAST Vets Act, sorry. I'm grateful to Representatives Messmer, McGarvey, and Van Orden for joining me in this bipartisan effort to better serve our nation's veterans. Like many physicians, I trained at the VA, where the sign on the door says, "The price of freedom is visible here." Our veterans gave everything for this country. Our promise in return is that they won't just get by in civilian life, they'll thrive. Congress must ensure employment readiness programs truly work for veterans, and that's exactly what the FAST Vet Act does. I'm heartened that my first bill to come to the floor of the House advances our commitment to those who served. The FAST Vets Act is about delivering on our promise to those who have served. Veterans who live with service-connected disabilities deserve every opportunity to succeed in civilian life. That includes access to the Veterans Readiness and Employment VRE program, which provides job training, education, employment accommodations, and the resources to build a meaningful career. But too often, that support comes too late. In Portland, it currently takes more than 65 days for a veteran to be connected with a vocational rehabilitation counselor. That's at least 2 months of missed income, missed classes, and missed opportunities. That is unacceptable. The FAST Vets Act is a critical first step to addressing this backlog. It establishes clearer standards and prioritizes outcome-focused planning to support more veterans successfully and efficiently moving through the program and into the workforce. Ensuring every veteran gets the support they deserve helps prevent housing instability, reduces food insecurity, and strengthens mental health. We owe it to them to act with urgency and purpose. I'm committed to continuing this work until every veteran has a clear, supported path to meaningful, gainful employment. The FAST Vets Act moves us closer to that goal, and I'm proud to have led this effort. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate my good friend from the state of Oregon on her first bill, what will become the passage of her first bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
More speakers. I'm ready to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman is reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Speaker, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 4446, the FAST Vets Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized to
Madam
close.
Speaker, once again, I encourage all members to support the legislation. I want to congratulate the gentlelady for passing her first piece of legislation in the House, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, the gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4446? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged motion.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Meeks of New York moves that the Committee on Foreign Affairs be discharged from further consideration of House Joint Resolution 117.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
Motion, clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Mast of Florida moves to table the motion to discharge.
Question is on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
I ask for roll call.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays arise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Member record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the motion to table. It would be followed by 5-minute votes on the motion to suspend the rules with respect to H.R. 3400. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 198. The motion is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3400 as amended. The clerk will report on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 219, H.R. 3400, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to assign physicians of the Department of Veterans Affairs to temporarily serve as traveling physicians in the territories and possessions of the United States and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record their vote by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote.
The yeas are 370, the nays are 21, two-thirds being in... I'm done, right? Two-thirds being in the affirmative. Sorry? Okay.
Mr. Jackson of Illinois votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 371, the nays are 21, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
California, sir. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 1558, the Taxpayer Funds Oversight and Accountability Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Connolly out of Virginia, for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. All right. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Celebrate Community Week as co-chairs of the...
The gentleman will suspend. The House is not in order. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Celebrate Community Week as co-chairs of the Bipartisan Congressional Service Organization Caucus. Congressman Jimmy Panetta and I introduced a resolution to designate the week of September 14th to September 20th as Celebrate Community Week, where we honor the efforts of local service organizations across the country. The resolution recognizes the role of service organizations in promoting humanitarian assistance, while also showing our youth the value of giving back. We specifically applaud Kiwanis International, Lions Club International, Optimist International, and Rotary International for encouraging and promoting community service humanitarian assistance through their local chapters. The Celebrate Community Week resolution highlights the critical work of our community service organizations. Mr. Speaker, volunteer service is a cornerstone of a successful, strong, and healthy community and an important staple of American life. I commend our community service organizations for everything they do to help our communities flourish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina, for what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, our Marines and Airmen are extraordinary. I co-led a congressional delegation to Camp Lejeune and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base with Representative Elsie. The Osprey, with its tilt rotor, is a remarkable aircraft with a statistically sound safety record and was the perfect ride from Onslow to Wayne County. Congress must ensure the future of our F-15Es at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. Touring Marine Barracks, visiting the Child Development Center at Seymour Johnson, and hearing directly from our Marines and airmen reminded me why we fight every day to ensure that we have the resources, housing, and equipment that it takes to win anywhere, anytime. Our service members sacrifice so much for our freedom. It was great seeing such dedicated service members, because when we take care of our men and women in uniform and their families, we take care of the future of our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise and recognize a proud U.S. Army veteran, Lisa Duckworth, who was recently named Military Friendly's 2025 Veteran of the Year for the state of Utah. From her role as a chaplaincy resources manager in the Army for close to 6 years to her current role as Utah's Veteran Employment Representative, Lisa has demonstrated her outstanding devotion to education and empowerment. As Utah's Veteran Employment Representative, Lisa advocates for the veteran and military community by working with organizations that provide them with employment, training, and development opportunities. This award given to Lisa recognizes the tangible difference she makes every day for those in Utah's military community. Her unwavering dedication to those who have served our country reminds us that all public service continues beyond uniform, whether it be through advocacy or community. She reminds us that when we support our veterans and military members, we strengthen our communities. I'm proud to have Lisa Duckworth representing our beautiful state and thank her for her continued service. Lisa, thank you for all that you do to ensure a supportive environment for our veterans in Utah. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I just wrapped up the Give 'em Hell tour. 10 town halls over the last 3 months from every corner of my district. We welcomed all Oregonians, and we were thankful to have community leaders participating and local law enforcement keeping us safe. From Bend to Portland, Silverton to Albany, over 42,000 people joined and made their voices heard. Mr. Speaker, their message was clear. Quit messing with our health care and start making life more affordable. Mr. Speaker, hear me when I say this. We will not back down, not on health care, not on costs, and not on making our voices heard. And my message to my fellow Oregonians, I hear you and I got you. And even though the Give 'em Hell tour is over, there is always an open line of communication between you and me. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remark, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I often tell you all, California is the leader in specialty crops, important to all Americans, their diet and their enjoyment. So many of these crops are 90% plus are grown in my home state. If we didn't grow them there, you wouldn't have them, or you'd have to import them from somewhere else at higher cost and lower quality. Farmers at my state know how to grow food better than anyone, but I think my Midwest folks would probably dispute that a bit. But American farmers, extremely important, and we need to have what they need, the inputs for that. In my home state, water is the key element that seems to be shorted, not so much by nature, but by bad man-made decisions on how we manage our reservoirs or don't bother to build reservoirs. We need new reservoirs to feed a growing nation and a growing state. When we get the water cut off, as happens frequently, then you got farmers literally high and dry and the crop having to come from somewhere else or not at all. It doesn't have to be this way. Let's build water supply and be a little bit smarter about allocating actually to farmers instead of fish and like that. Lastly, remember Irina Zarutska, needlessly killed from a guy who'd been arrested 14 times. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank
Mr. Speaker, as a parent and a grandparent, and as a former county executive who led the COVID response in one of the first epicenters of that outbreak, I am concerned by recent developments at the CDC and the future of public health. Decades of sound science and public health progress are being cast aside in favor of conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. Last month, the CDC director was dismissed after just weeks on the job. This week, the agency's Vaccine Advisory Committee is considering changes that could weaken or even eliminate requirements for life-saving childhood vaccines. It is easy to forget the fear and devastation of measles and polio, not because these diseases are harmless, but because vaccines have kept them at bay. Today, parents worry about vaccine side effects largely because they've never seen the horrors these vaccines prevent. That doesn't make vaccines any less necessary. The science is clear. Vaccines are safe, effective, and essential. Every major medical association agrees, yet fringe ideologies are gaining influence inside the very agencies charged with protecting our health. Mr. Speaker, I fear our children and grandchildren will bear the cost of these reckless decisions. Thank you, and I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
For that objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
A lot has been said the last few days about the horrible assassination of Charlie Kirk. I was able to attend 2 ceremonies over the weekend in which people gathered to memorialize him. I hear a lot of people talking about Charlie Kirk exercising his rights to political free speech. And we have to respect people's ability to engage in political speech. I think if you look at some of his videos, and certainly if you attended these ceremonies, Charlie Kirk was much more a religious person than a political person. And I think that is lost on a lot of people, lost on a lot of political commentators. But I think particularly in this era of declining church attendance, a time when so many young people are raised in families that don't even go to church, I think his speaking about Christianity and his faith and the importance to carry on his mission is more important than his political statements. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Virginians are already paying the price for the one big ugly bill, especially in rural and small town communities. 2 small town clinics and 1 regional urgent care center in Virginia just closed as a direct result of the bill. And now 6 more rural hospitals around the Commonwealth are at risk of closure. That means mothers, children, Virginians with urgent health care concerns have to drive further to get urgent care or wait months to see a specialist. Remember, this majority and this president said that this bill wouldn't take away benefits or close rural hospitals. Well, they were wrong. And we don't need more broken promises. What we need is a different approach, a one big beautiful repeal instead. So let's pass the Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act, which will restore people's benefits and access to care and ensure that people in small towns and rural communities will have more access to quality care, not less. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the counselors, outreach workers, and credible messengers who save lives as community violence interrupters in Michigan and across the nation. These programs supported by the Community Violence Intervention Funding de-escalate conflicts, mediate retaliation, and connect people to essential services like jobs, housing, and mental health care to break cycles of violence. The impact is undeniable. From May to July of this year, Detroit's CVI zones saw about a 30% drop in homicides and shootings, with some neighborhoods faring even better. Despite this, Cuts are taking their toll. This spring, the Department of Justice rescinded over $800 million in grants, including $150 million for CVI efforts. Michigan's programs lost millions, forcing layoffs and cuts. Worse, the current budget would slash dedicated CVI funding even further, jeopardizing these life-saving efforts. Congress must act to restore funding and protect proven prevention strategies. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Extend and revise my remarks.
Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Donna Minter from Minneapolis for her extraordinary feat completing the Grammy Climate Ride. Inspired by her love for her grandchildren and a vision for a healthier, more sustainable planet for future generations, Donna spent 64 days traveling 3,000 miles by bicycle to raise awareness and support climate justice. From California to Florida, Donna struck up conversations with those she met along the way to raise the alarm on the climate crisis. Through this year's ride, Donna raised $25,000 for various Minnesota-based climate nonprofits. Please join me in celebrating the extraordinary achievement and spirit of Donna Minter and her strength and preservation that made this possible. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I recently had the privilege of sitting down with a group of dedicated youth who created and inspired More Action for Students organization in Northwest Indiana. I was greatly impressed with their knowledge of many important issues and their sincere advocacy. We discussed a variety of topics, including the significant cuts to federal Pell Grants and the programs designed to help first-generation college students. They also shared their concern that Congress is not fulfilling its constitutional responsibilities by allowing this administration to rescind approved federal funding for minority-serving institutions of higher learning in Indiana's 1st Congressional District. Because this administration is also rescinding federal funds for economic development projects that are approved and signed into law, and when the OMB is picking and choosing how to appropriation laws are implemented, they are right to be concerned. This meeting has filled me with a renewed sense of optimism for the days ahead, for it's clear that these young women and men are not waiting for the future to arrive, they are shaping it. They labor to build a society that is more just, more inclusive, and more responsive to the needs of all people. Let us take the inspiration from their dedication and strength of our nation, rest in the courage and the vision of the youth. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as I returned home to Northwest Ohio this weekend, I found soul-searching among people I represent following the tragedies last week in Colorado and Utah. Then, in the Point Place neighborhood of Toledo, I saw a church sign that read, "Love always heals, hate always harms. All welcome Sunday." Simple words, but profound. Governor Spencer Cox of Utah observed, "Social media is a cancer on our society right now." And he encouraged people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community, and I couldn't agree more. Today in Toledo, we did exactly that. We celebrated the completion of a $13.5 million water project to restore the Delaware and Clark and Horseshoe Islands in Walbridge Park on the Maumee River, the largest river that flows into the Great Lakes. This restoration means cleaner water, aquatic and wildlife habitat renewed, and a healthier Lake Erie. As co-chair of the Great Lakes Task Force, I'm profoundly grateful that our citizens united to restore the heart of our islands along the mighty Maumee, quite literally constructing bridges to the future. Our community keeps delivering progress, and we all must lift our nation's motto up, e pluribus unum, out of many, one, not against one another, working together for the future of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Juan Lopez.
Me levanto hoy para honrar la vida de Juan López, hondureño, líder católico, defensor de los derechos humanos y activista ambiental, un año después de su brutal asesinato. Hoy yo declaro que no olvidaremos a Juan López. Como dijo, pueden destrozarme, pueden derribarme, pero siempre volveré. Hoy rindo homenaje a todos aquellos que continúan el legado de Juan, viviendo sin temor a que empresas poderosas o funcionarios corruptos les roben y contaminen sus tierras. Hoy me solidarizo con todos aquellos que amaron a Juan López, que continuaron su lucha y que no cederán hasta que se haga justicia para Juan, para Berta Cáceres y para todos los defensores de las tierras asesinados. I yield back.
The gentlewoman will provide a translation. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this CBC Special Order Hour. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus is remembering an anniversary, a terrible anniversary that happened 62 years ago today in Alabama. And to begin our commemoration, I yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is one of those speeches that I wish that we did not have to give, one of those moments in our history that I wish we did not have to acknowledge in the first place, because by acknowledging it, we are reminded of its occurrence. And this is one of the more tragic acts in American history. The bombing of 4 little girls, made worse by the fact that it happened in a place of worship, that it happened in a church, that it happened in an African-American church. You know, this is an event, when you grow up in Alabama, when you grow up black in Alabama, this is one of the seminal events that you hear about in our state's history that you cannot ever forget. And so it's important to me that we sit here in this chamber today to acknowledge this disastrous event and to remember the names of the little girls who were killed and the one who was injured. And so as a son of Alabama and a representative of the birthplace of the civil rights movement today, which is the city of Montgomery, you know, these names of Carol Robertson and Denise McNair, Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley. These are names that you have to know. And they are names that all of America should know, and they are names that all of us should recognize and appreciate and honor here in this house. They are names that must be said. They are names that must be said repetitively. They are names that must be ingrained into the fabric of this nation. Carol Robertson, Denise McNair, Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley, and Sarah Collins Rudolph, who took from that day not only the loss of her friends and family member, but also injuries that she still carries with her to this day as she advocates for justice. Let us not forget that this was merely one example of tragic violence that was used as a means to suppress the greatest movement that this world and that this nation has ever seen, which was the civil rights movement. And though these are names that we know and names that we speak of, and one of the more noteworthy or notable or well-known events that happened, there are several others that were the victims of such violence. And we also cannot forget them as we sit here today and honor the 4 little girls in Birmingham. But these are names, some of which you know, some of which you don't. These are names like Medgar Evers, who was assassinated in his fight for equal access to the ballot box, Reverend James Reed, who was a minister, beaten to death while standing with the marchers in Selma. These are names like Viola Liuzzo. These are names like Jimmy Lee Jackson and Jonathan Daniels. These are people who put it all on the line, whose deaths are the reason that I am able to stand here today. And so, whenever we have the opportunity, we should always sit here in this chamber and recognize these individuals. I cannot close without quoting the speech that Martin Luther King gave in his eulogy of these 4 little girls. You know, speaking at a time when racial tensions in the country were enormously high. And never did anyone think that those tensions would result in such a cowardly act as a bomb being placed in a church and set to detonate on a Sunday morning as 4 little girls were down there getting ready for Sunday school. But he took to the podium, took to the pulpit rather, and he gave these powerful words that I will quote in part. He said, "These children, unoffending, innocent, and beautiful, were the victims of one of the most vicious and tragic crimes ever perpetuated against humanity. And yet they died nobly. They are the martyred heroines of a holy crusade for freedom and human dignity. And so this afternoon, in a real sense, they have something to say to each of us in their death. They say to each of us, black and white alike, that we must substitute courage for caution. They say to us that we must be concerned not merely about who murdered them, but about the system, the way of life, the philosophy which produced the murderers. Their death says to us that we must work passionately and unrelentingly for the realization of the American dream. And so, my friends, they did not die in vain. God still has a way of wringing good out of evil. And history has proven over and over again that unmerited suffering is redemptive. The innocent blood of these little girls may well serve as a redemptive force that will bring new light to this dark city. Those are the words of Martin Luther King as he eulogized these 4 little girls. And I think a lot of what he references is still true to this day. That we have to, by all means, continue to be unrelenting in our pursuit of the realization of the American dream for everyone. And these 4 beautiful little girls who unknowingly became the galvanizing symbol, one of the galvanizing symbols of the civil rights movement. These are names that we must know, names that we must continue to say. Carol Robertson, Denise McNair, Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley. I obviously never had the opportunity to meet either one of them. I have had the privilege to meet several of their family members throughout my life. But to them, I owe an enormous debt of gratitude, because without acts like this, as violent and as vicious and as terrible as it was, without moments like that, there would not have been a Civil Rights Act. There would not have been a Voting Rights Act. There would not have been the progress in this nation that we saw in terms of rights being secured for African Americans, and all people for that matter. Those same rights which led to the possibility of myself and many others being able to stand here in Congress. And so this is about more than an anniversary of celebrating the explosion, celebrating the lives of those that were killed in the explosion. This is about celebrating a galvanizing force for progress in this nation. This is about celebrating the lives of people who are responsible for many of us being here. Because whether you like it or not, the civil rights movement embodied everything that America should be. And it's because of these 4 little girls that I'm able to stand here today. And also worth noting about this tragic event, to add insult to the injury of 4 little girls being murdered in a church, justice was not served immediately. Justice was not served a year late, or 5 years late, or even 20 years late. It took nearly 40 years, for all of the perpetrators involved in this case to be brought to justice. Think about that. 40 years after 4 little girls were killed in a church, and the leaders at the time knew not only that it was the Klan that was responsible, but they knew the individuals who were responsible. But for lack of courage, for lack of cooperation, for lack of willingness, that justice was delayed for nearly 4 decades, 39 years. And it took the involvement of the federal government to finally make that happen. But that story, both the viciousness of this crime, the delayed justice, that story is a story that's not uncommon, especially during acts of violence during the civil rights movement. But despite there being the delay in justice, what was not delayed was the impact that they had on the broader realm of justice and the broader realm of rights that we were able to secure. And though unfortunate and certainly unnecessary and certainly unwarranted, their deaths shine a bright light on the injustices that were happening across this nation, on how black people were being treated in the South, especially in the state of Alabama. And we were able to get through this body and the Senate and across the President's desk the biggest and most beautiful piece of legislation that this nation has ever seen. And that is the Civil Rights Act. And that is the Voting Rights Act. And so, as I close, I want to again say thank you to Carol Robertson, Denise McNair, Addie Mae Collins, Cynthia Wesley, and Sarah Collins Rudolph. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now my privilege to yield to another member from the great state of Alabama, the Honorable Terry Sewell.
Thank you. I first want to just really thank the Congressional Black Caucus for commemorating this 62nd anniversary of the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church with this special order hour. I indeed rise with my colleagues to commemorate the 62nd anniversary of the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, and to honor the legacy of the 4 precious little girls killed in that attack. 62 years ago today, parishioners of the 16th Street Baptist Church gathered within its sacred walls ahead of its 11 a.m. service. You know, it was Youth Day that day. That day, 62 years ago, it was Youth Day. So the youth were in charge of that service. And so lots of little girls and little boys were running around the church. At approximately 10:23 a.m., while the 4 little girls were getting dressed in the church basement restroom, 19 sticks of dynamite placed by the KKK exploded. As the walls of the church caved in, more than 100 parishioners rushed for safety. While most of them escaped unharmed, under the debris lay 5 little girls. Today, we must remember all 5. 4 were killed that day, and 1 is still alive today. Today, we remember the name of Addie Mae Collins, of Denise McNair, of Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley. We also remember the name of Sarah Collins, who was the younger sister of Addie Mae Collins. In response to the attack, hundreds of African Americans took to the street to demand justice, only to be met with more violence at the hands of law enforcement. Within hours of the bombing, 2 more children lost their lives in Birmingham, Alabama. Johnny Robinson and Virgil Ware were killed in clashes with the police. Dr. King described the bombing as one of the most vicious crimes ever perpetrated against humanity. Yet despite the horrific nature of the attack, it took more than 34 years for the perpetrators to be faced with justice. In fact, 34 years later, it was only 34 years later that they really all were brought to justice. But make no mistake, the 4 little girls did not die in vain. As my colleague from Alabama, Shamari Figure, so eloquently said, they didn't die in vain. Their murder focused the eyes of the nation on the racial terror being waged against African Americans in the Jim Crow South. And their legacy galvanized the civil rights movement, giving voice to the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It was because of their death that the nation, in horror, saw 4 little girls who were simply going to church killed. Senseless violence by the KKK. And because of that, we had a Birmingham campaign, a crusade of children who marched and protested in Kelly Ingram Park. It was because of their efforts and the efforts of so many, the sacrifices of so many. It is never lost on Shamari or myself that we get to walk the halls of Congress because 4 little black girls cannot. 4 little black girls cannot. Congresswoman McClellan, we are blessed to be able to represent our home districts. But we know that we are not the first who deserve to be here in Congress. No, we were the lucky ones who stand on the shoulders of those who were murdered, who marched, who bled, who prayed for the opportunity of African Americans to have an equal voice in this society. The sacred right to vote is just as sacred today as it was then. I think all of us in this chamber, Republicans and Democrats alike, respect the late, great Congressman John Lewis, who had the audacity to believe that he could march across a bridge unfeathered by the viciousness of the state troopers. When he was met with that viciousness, it was John with a backpack on his shoulder. I think all of us, that image is seared in my mind. I have the great honor of being a daughter of Selma, growing up in Selma. You can't grow up in Selma, Alabama, without really understanding its place in American history. I often tell my constituents that we are custodians of America's history. What happened on that bridge, the blood that was shed for the Voting Rights Act of 1965, it is commemorated year after year after year. The first Sunday in the month of March is Bloody Sunday, a sacred day that for so many years John Lewis would bring Republicans and Democrats, a bipartisan group, to walk across that bridge. And we don't just come to Selma. He would take us first to Birmingham, where we would sit in the 16th Street Baptist Church, and we would see the beautiful stained glass that was donated by the city of Wells, England, to the church. You know, I have heard Pastor Price, who is the current pastor of the 16th Street Baptist Church, regale that the sermon that day, 62 years ago, the sermon that day was A Love That Forgives. That was the title of the sermon. A love that forgives. Now, we know that political violence has no place in this society. But how ironic that the pastor was preaching a sermon about forgiveness. As I reflect on our painful past, I am reminded that every gain in the battle for civil rights and voting rights has come at a high cost, paid for by the sacrifices of others. As a direct beneficiary of the legacy of the four little girls, I am honored that my very first piece of legislation that I passed in Congress bestowed upon the four little girls a Congressional Gold Medal on the 50th anniversary of the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. Oh, it was a grand day. I got to watch as President Barack Obama signed that bill into law in the Oval Office. And standing to my right was none other than the mother of Denise McNair and the sister of Denise McNair. Standing to my left was a cousin of Carol Robertson. Standing right beside me was Eric Holder and Sharon Malone. Eric Holder, the Attorney General, and his wife, a distinguished doctor, whose sister, Vivian Malone, was the very first African American to integrate University of Alabama. Also there was the Surgeon General, another very proud native of Alabama. The Surgeon General at the time was Regina Benjamin. It was a proud day to be an Alabamian. It was a proud day to be an African American. It was a proud day to be an American. 50 years it took us to acknowledge on this House floor the four little girls. I have to say that perhaps one of the most poignant memories that I have, not just of that day, and yes, Pastor Price, you were there as well, it was really the opportunity to bestow a Congressional Gold Medal to Sarah Collins. And lots of our colleagues came with us that day, came with me, flew to Birmingham months later to actually bestow the Congressional Gold Medal to Sarah Collins. You know, history is riddled with the bodies and blood of those that sacrificed for this country to live up to its creed. This country to honor its principles of justice and equality. At a time when some would seek to whitewash our history and roll back our progress, it has never been more important for us to remember, to ensure that the memory of the four little girls lives on. Their loss paved the way for the freedoms and opportunities that we enjoy today, and that their legacy reminds us Their legacy reminds us that the price of freedom is not free. It's been paid for by the sacrifices of others. I want to thank my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus for hosting tonight's special order hour, and I want to ask both sides of the aisle to join us in honoring the memory of Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Wesley, and the life of Sarah Collins. I look forward to having a colloquy with my colleagues about what this really means to all of us. I have to say that as the member of Congress that represents Birmingham, Alabama, and Selma and Tuscaloosa, I was never more proud than to remember the legacy, the amazing legacy that is Alabama's 7th Congressional District. And while I'm honored to represent the constituents of today, I carry with me and know that the legacy of this district is something that must be advanced. It needs to be protected. It needs to be known. It needs to be advanced. I never thought that 60 years after John Lewis was bludgeoned on a bridge, or 62 years after 4 little girls were killed in the bombing, assassinated in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church, that the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act are in jeopardy. We know that the Shelby versus Holder decision struck down a key provision of the Voting Rights Act, and as we speak, the Supreme Court is considering striking down or nullifying Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. It's on our collective watch that we say no, that we must say hell no, that this body must act. This body can come up with a modern-day formula to determine voter discrimination such that we could put life back into Section 4 that allowed us to say that those states that had a history of voting discrimination must pre-clear every voting law. You know, once that provision had no teeth because they struck down the formula, states across this nation started voter suppression laws, voting on voter suppression laws that didn't have any remedy other than after the fact. We could only sue after the fact. Well, I want to end my portion and join my colleagues for a colloquy by just saying that we who are beneficiaries of this important legacy have a very special role to play. Ours is to legislate, but ours is also to motivate and to mobilize our constituents and this nation, to mobilize and realize that the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act are seminal pieces of legislation that all Americans should acknowledge as the reason why the arc is bending towards justice, as Martin Luther King would say. And we know that that moral arc doesn't bend by itself. It bends at the will, at the sacrifice, at the demands of the people. So as I close, I want us not only to remember their names, but remember their sacrifice. And let's pay it forward. I think we who are beneficiaries must pay it forward. And I don't know about you, but just looking at their faces gives me a pep in my step. We may be living through very troubling times, but we do so because others sacrificed. And it was because of their sacrifice that we get to enjoy the freedoms we do. Thank you, Congressional Black Caucus, for acknowledging today as the 62nd anniversary of the bombing of 16th Street Baptist Church.
I thank the gentlewoman and the gentleman from Alabama. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 31 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to put today's anniversary in a larger context, but first I want to center these 4 little girls again. As the congregation of the 16th Street Baptist Church greeted each other before the start of Sunday service, 5 little girls gathered in the ladies' room in their best dresses. They chatted about the first few days of the school year. They were excited about Youth Day. They were excited to take part in the Sunday adult service. And rather than rising to begin prayers just before 11 o'clock, the congregation was knocked to the ground when a bomb exploded under the steps of the church. And in the basement, 14-year-olds Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and 11-year-old Cynthia Wesley were killed. Addie's sister, Sarah, survived, but lost her right eye. And between 14 and 22 other people were injured. Dr. King described the attack as one of the most vicious and tragic crimes ever perpetrated against humanity. And 2 years later, the FBI shut down its investigation after determining that the bombing had been committed by 4 members of the local Ku Klux Klan: Thomas Edwin Blanton, Jr., Herman Frank Cash, Robert Edward Chambliss, and Bobby Frank Cherry. They chose the church because it had been a rallying point for the civil rights activities of that tumultuous spring of 1963. In 1971, Alabama Attorney General Bill Baxley reopened the case and requested evidence from the FBI, and after building trust with witnesses who had been reluctant to testify, they were able to convict Robert Chambliss on November 14, 1977, of his part in the crime. But it would be decades later before the other suspects were tried. On May 1, 2001, Thomas Blanton was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. In 2002, Bobby Frank Cherry was convicted. He boasted that he was the one who planned the bomb next to the church wall. That brag is what sent him to prison. So justice was delayed, but ultimately, justice for these little girls was had. I want to put this in a larger context as we grapple with the fact that political violence has reared its ugly head in America yet again. Yet again, we see anger, fear, hatred, and division across the nation. We've been here before, multiple times. We don't have enough hours in the day to do a special order hour on everyone who has suffered because of political violence. And I want to focus on how we move forward. Because Dr. King's words have been on my mind a lot in the past few years in response to the violence in Charlottesville after the Unite the Right rally, in response to assassination attempts, in response to school shootings, in response to hate crimes, whether political violence, racial violence, or just violence grown out of hate. Dr. King gave us a way forward. In 2 speeches that I come back to as being relevant today. He gave 2 speeches, one in 1957 called Love Thy Enemies, and he gave one in 1967 called Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community? that question is relevant today. We see a lot of chaos around us. We've lost sight of community. But we come out of chaos when we focus on community. So I want to read some of Dr. King's words. In his speech, Love Thy Enemies, yes, it was rooted in the Sermon on the Mount. It was rooted in the commandment that Jesus added on the sermon, in addition to love God and love God as you love yourself, to love your enemies. And he talked about it's difficult to love your enemies. But how do we do it? And he gave some practical suggestions. He said, in order to love your enemies, you must begin by analyzing self. That probably seems strange to you, that I start out telling you this morning that you love your enemies by beginning with a look at self. It seems to me that that is the first and foremost way to come to an adequate discovery of a situation. And he went on to talk about that sometimes there is something in the way a person carries themselves that triggers a hate response or anger in someone else. And he said the first thing you've got to do is look at yourself. Was it something you said? Even if you didn't mean it, something you posted? Take a look at whether you are embodying love. And he said sometimes you just got to admit there are people that just aren't going to like you, and that's okay. But the second and much more important one was that an individual must discover the element of good in his enemy. And every time you begin to hate that person and think of hating that person, realize that there is some good there. And look at those good points, which will overbalance the bad points. And he said, we're split up and divided against ourselves. And there's something of a civil war going on within all of our lives. Now, he put it in the context of what was happening in the South. But I think we've heard rumblings over the past few years, questions, are we facing another civil war in ourselves? And he said, somehow the isness of our present nature is out of harmony with the eternal oughtness that forever confronts us. And that within the best of us, there is some evil, and within the worst of us, there is some good. And we come to see this, we take a different attitude towards individuals. The person who hates you the most has some good in him. Even the nation that hates you most has some good in it. Even the race that hates you most has some good in it. And when you come to the point that you look in the face of every man and see deep down within him what religion calls the image of God, you begin to love him in spite of it. No matter what he does, you see God's image there. I think that's really important. And I regret the fact that I never got to meet John Lewis or Dr. King, because both of them, I want to ask them one question. How did you come to love people who physically threatened or attacked you? But they both found a way to do it. And I think it was rooted in the fact that they recognized, and I think all of us in this chamber, watching, and around the world should remember what John F. Kennedy said. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures. We may violently disagree in theory, but that does not mean that we should put that violence into action solely because we don't like what someone has said or what they have done. I think we all need to take a step back and see the face of God in one another. Now, I remember growing up listening to my parents tell stories of my great-grandparents and the racial terror lynchings that they faced. And I remember them telling me stories of the violence of the 1960s. And I remember being lulled into this false sense of security as a Gen X child of the 70s and the 80s, how great it is that we've moved beyond that. Unfortunately, this week reminded us we haven't. And we never will if we don't acknowledge and hold on to the basic decency that tells us, yes, you'll love your neighbor, but also love your enemy. If we don't, I don't know that we will survive as a country. And that's one of the things Dr. King talked about as a historian. He talked about how different civilizations fell. And he talked about the destructive nature of hatred, not only towards the person that you hate, but towards yourself. One of my favorite quotes from him is how, in both of these speeches, he said, "As for me, I choose love, because hate is too great a burden to bear." And how hate twists you up until it eats you up and destroys you. He told a story about how he and his brother were traveling in Tennessee, and every time they would go down a road, the oncoming car would leave their bright lights on. And his brother said, the next time somebody does that, I'm going to leave my bright lights on. And he said, hold up. Somebody's got to have sense enough to turn out the lights. Because if we don't, we'll both be blinded and run off the road. I think we are at a point where we need to have sense enough to turn off the lights, to turn down the temperature, and remember, our children are watching. Our children are watching. I have been particularly disturbed as we see a rise in gun violence. How many children have gotten to the point where they let their hatred allow them to kill other children? And as I raise a teenager and a tween, as a preacher's daughter, I try to instill in them the same message of love your neighbor and love your enemies. And it's really hard to do that. When I'm away from home, making sacrifices to make their lives easier, and they see not only the violence that has we've become numb to, but they see people, their mother included, getting threats. They see people that they have seen in this body who were kind to them when I was sworn in and they stood beside me say the most vicious things on social media. And they ask some pretty tough questions. And we as leaders in this country have a responsibility to understand that when we stand in this well, at this podium, in our committees, at a press conference, or post on social media, we are not just trying to get clicks, or we shouldn't be. We are not just trying to get attention, or we shouldn't be. We are setting an example for the next generation of leaders. We are setting an example for our children. And I think we need to think about that before we post or we say something in anger. Because if somebody doesn't have sense enough to turn on the lights, our hatred and our blindness, our hatred is going to blind us to the point where we tear each other and ourselves apart. And I get asked all the time, how do you stand it on the Hill? How do you stand in the same room with this person or that person? Because I do what Dr. King said, which is rooted in love. I look at that person, even if they give me a reason not to, and I recognize you and I breathe the same air. We both cherish our children's future. We are all worthy of love and respect. We need to get back to that, Mr. Speaker, because if we don't, I don't know where that leads. Does it lead to a civil war? Does it lead to chaos and hate and everybody just being afraid to leave the house or go give a speech, go to a rally, go to the movie theater, go to school, go to church? This violence isn't new. But in the past, we've found a way to come together and focus on community in the midst of chaos. I'm afraid we are losing the ability to do that. And we have a responsibility as members of Congress, as leaders in our communities, to show the way, to show a way towards community, to show a way out of chaos. It's up to us. It's up to us whether we make it to 2026, where we can celebrate a revolutionary idea that the power of government was derived from the people. I don't know if we can do that if we allow hatred to tear us apart. I think we owe it to everyone who has suffered at the hand of violence, political, racial, or otherwise. I want to end with something Dr. King said at the funeral of these 4 little girls whose life we celebrate on the 62nd anniversary of when they died. Now I say to you in conclusion, life is hard. At times as hard as crucible steel. It has its bleak and difficult moments, like the ever-flowing waters of a river. Life has its moments of drought and its moments of flood. Like the ever-changing cycles of the season, life has the soothing warmth of its summers and the piercing chill of its winters. And if one will hold on, he will discover that God walks with him, and that God is able to lift you from the fatigue and despair to the buoyancy of hope, and transform dark and desolate valleys into sunlit paths of inner peace. I think there are a lot of people this week who need that hope. I think there are a lot of people who worry and fear, will they feel the same despair that so many others have felt when a loved one is killed because of hatred? We owe it to Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Wesley to do our part every day to build what Dr. King called the beloved community. where someone will not go to a college campus, go to a church, go to the movie theater, and have their life snuffed out solely because someone hated them. We can get there if we focus on building community out of chaos, and if we focus on the goodness of everybody, and we focus on love. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan. Your pardon. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it very much. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of the special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend the gentlelady from Virginia. Well said this evening. I appreciate your words, your kind words. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not only as co-chair of the Congressional Caucuses of International Religious Freedom and Hellenic Issues, but more importantly, as an Orthodox Christian. I'm here to honor and welcome His All Holiness Bartholomew, Archbishop of Constantinople, New Rome, and Ecumenical Patriarch, who is visiting the United States this week. This visit is a huge blessing for the Orthodox family in the United States, Mr. Speaker. Not only is His All Holiness a great spiritual leader, but he is also an unparalleled ambassador of peace, interfaith dialogue, and religious freedom. As we honor him today for a lifetime of achievements, Mr. Speaker, I think of his legacy in 3 words: faith, peace, and endurance. First, faith. His All Holiness has led millions of the faithful in the global Orthodox Church for more than 34 years, conscientiously carrying the legacy of St. Andrew, the Apostle, and upholding the 2,000-year-old traditions of the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople, the Holy See for over 300 million Orthodox faithful worldwide. His leadership of the Eastern Orthodox community has impacted and will continue to impact this ancient church and doctrine for centuries to come. But his role extends far beyond the Orthodox Church, which brings me to the second point: peace. Throughout his selfless service, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew has been at the forefront of interreligious dialogue, setting the stage for a more peaceful and cohesive world. He has a record of reaching out and working for peace and reconciliation amongst all faiths, and has fostered dialogue among Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Just last month, Mr. Speaker, he hosted the annual Religions of Peace World Council, bringing together leaders of diverse faiths to address global challenges. His All Holiness's leadership in these groundbreaking conventions has not only been about theology, but to engage faith with humanity's most pressing challenges. From his historic visit to the Korean demilitarized zone in 2018 to his current efforts promoting coexistence in the Middle East, His All Holiness's pursuit of global peace in the world's most challenging conflicts has truly touched the lives and hearts of millions. In fact, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew received on his first official visit to the United States in 1997 the Congressional Gold Medal, sponsored by my father, Congressman Michael Bilirakis, and many, many others. It was presented by the United States on behalf of the Congress in recognition of his outstanding and enduring contributions to religious understanding and peace, and was recognized by the United States and in a reserve for a very small number, as you know, Mr. Speaker, of world leaders, such as George Washington, Winston Churchill, and Pope John Paul II. Most dear to my heart, however, is his life of enduring advocacy for his persecuted church, as well as other oppressed religious minorities. Recently, when the Egyptian government confiscated the holy St. Catherine's Monastery in Sinai, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew stood as a defender of Christian heritage. This monastery is not just a Greek Orthodox treasure, but an ancient house to Christianity's most valued heritage, including the sacred tree, the burning bush, where our God revealed himself to Moses. For months now, Mr. Speaker, His All Holiness has led a global movement demanding that the Egyptian government honor this heritage and protect the autonomy of the monastic community in Sinai. For those of us in Congress who have worked to preserve the monastery's independence and existence, his advocacy is a source of inspiration. His All Holiness' mission to protect the Christian community and its heritage in Turkey is just another example of his noble pursuit. In the last 100 years, the Turkish state has systemically exploited its Christian communities, unfortunately, reducing them from 20% of the population to a mere 2%. To this day, the Turkish government refuses to recognize His All Holiness ecumenical jurisdiction, stripping him of the universal title that is acknowledged by more than 300 million faithful across the globe. Mr. Speaker, His All Holiness has endured in silence discrimination under Erdogan's regime. This body must insist that Turkey eliminates all forms of discrimination, particularly discrimination based on race or religion, grants the Ecumenical Patriarchate appropriate international recognition and ecclesiastic succession, grants the Ecumenical Patriarchate the right to train clergy of all nationalities, not just Turkish nationals, by reopening the famed and beautiful theological school Al-Halki, which I visited in 2019 with my beautiful wife. And Turkey must absolutely reopen the jewel of Christendom, the Hagia Sophia, Church of the Holy Wisdom of God, as a church, not a mosque, as a church. The Hagia Sophia was the world's largest cathedral for nearly 1,000 years. It served as a center for all Christians until the Ottoman invasion in 1453, which saw the collapse of Constantinople as well as the church. For decades, it has been converted to a museum and has been a UNESCO heritage site until Erdogan illegally converted it into a mosque 5 years ago. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker, about the persecution His All Holiness and the Ecumenical Patriarchate has faced under Erdogan's rule. It is maddeningly, as far as I'm concerned, maddening. But Ankara's violation go far beyond just Christian communities. Just over the summer, Mr. Speaker, the government authorities in Istanbul arrested 41 Muslim women, including 15 minor girls, solely based on their religious expression. As the Turkish government converts ancient churches to mosques, intimidates clergy, and displaces religious and ethnic minorities, His All Holiness has continued to peacefully advocate for the voiceless, which is why I take this occasion to call on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom to designate Turkey as a country of particular concern under U.S. law. It is incumbent upon us to recognize His All Holiness as a living testament for Turkey's explicit mission to erase its native Christian community and to respond to such cynical plans with the seriousness they deserve. As we honor His All Holiness today, let us not only celebrate His faithfulness and mission of peace, but commit ourselves to defending the rights of His church and the protection of all persecuted religious minorities. The timing of the Ecumenical Patriarch's visit could not be more ideal as America is grieving the loss of a true warrior of God, Charlie Kirk, who through his death has shown all of us that we must be defenders of our faith, even if it puts us in danger. Again, I'm going to say it again. We must be defenders of our faith, even if it puts us in danger. We have to be a voice for the voiceless. We must be convicted and stay the course so that our faith is not extinguished by bad actors. And so, to honor both His All Holiness and America's martyr, Charlie Kirk, is to take up their cause, the cause of religious freedom, the cause of peaceful coexistence, the cause standing up for those who oppress others. I wish my friend and my spiritual father, Ecumenical Patriarch, a safe and fruitful visit as he inspires not only the Orthodox faithful, but all who love peace, understanding, and humanity. May God bless His All Holiness, our Patriarchate in Constantinople, now in Istanbul, our beautiful 2,000-year-old faith and Orthodox Church, and may God bless the United States of America. I also want to say that my Archbishop Yakovos stood with Martin Luther King and marched at Selma. He was called by Martin Luther King. This was obviously during the time, and it's depicted in the movie, Mr. Speaker, Selma. He was called by Martin Luther King. He showed up for the march. Martin Luther King apparently told him, "Wow, I'm surprised," something to that effect. And he said his final words were before the march, "You called and I came." We must stand up. We must stand up to racism. We must stand up to any form of discrimination, in this case, religious freedom. So, folks, I appreciate all of you. I know there are others that will speak at a later time, but I want to welcome this wonderful, wonderful individual who visited the White House today with President Trump. Just an outstanding person and a wonderful role model for all of us. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you.
The gentleman have a motion?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent. Well, there's another one here, too. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.